Yo, hello, welcome everybody. How the heck are we doing? Oh, wrong camera, wrong thing. That's interesting. That was the right camera, actually. I think I swapped something around. 1 second, 1 second. All right. There we go. How does it look bad again? I just fixed all this. All right. That looks good. There we go. Just a little extra gamma there. Okay, cool. We're here. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm Breathorn. And after 25 years of building PCs and 10 years of, like, when did Threadripper come out? Like 7 years, 8 years of drooling over Threadripper, I'm building my first Threadripper system. And I'm so glad you guys are here to join me for it. Man, that was a fun setup. But yeah, sorry I'm a little bit late. Basically, yeah, so you might have noticed I ran the intro a little extra fast there. Because I was late. But yeah, every time I change from the desk setup to this, it's a big old pain in the butt. I basically, because I have to undo all my camera stuff, move it all over here, make sure that my top-down camera's working fine, all that stuff. Move this desk, all this, and as you can see, I've changed a lot in here. I've been working my butt off in here, but it's still, and basically, it just, everything needs to be turnkey, and that's what I'm working on. You know, for your enjoyment and my sanity, I'm doing all that. But yeah, we're building a Threadripper system, man. It's gonna be great. I have never built Threadripper before. Well, looks like Country Bumpkin was having fun making fun of me. Hey, if you don't watch a lot of streams, you're not used to streamers being late, but it is very normal. It can be a pretty stressful situation when, like, you think everything's ready, you go, you get, you know, you pretty yourself up, you come back, and then suddenly your camera is not all set up properly, or like there's one little thing you forgot and it takes 10 minutes to fix it. But you know, at least I get to look at those nice messages and understand that you guys have zero patience. That's great. Thank you. Jay Green says, plot twist, needs a new streaming PC to stream the build. Thankfully, I haven't experienced any more crashing. Love my Falcon Northwest PC, but it is a 14900K, and until I put in the new BIOS, it was having problems. Pacer Prods, hey, all right, you look a little bit shaky. I have essential tremors. I have shakes. My hands shake. My muscles shake. Yeah. Man, you guys are hitting me from every angle tonight. This guy's late. Hold on. I don't think I said enough times that this guy's late. Did I mention that he's late? Hey, why are y'all shaky like that? What's wrong with you? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, chat. You guys are great. All right, cool. Wait, what happened to my... Oh, there's my my Twitch chat. Got it. And I got to say hi to Twitch chat. So, hold on. That's too small. There we go. How do you, tell me you're new here without telling me you're new here. Hey, why is he shaking? Oh my God, he's late. Well, of course, Country Bumpkin, you're not new here, but you know, something else still get surprised by it. I don't know what to tell you. It's part of the. That's how I became an official streamer. I was late. That's how you do it. Thing. Let's see. So over in YouTube chat, real quick. What's up, Country Bumpkin? How are you? Sorry for the wait. Anton Dobiditis, how you doing? Sailor X, how are you? Dave Odell, welcome. Medic, glad to see you. Alice, welcome. Yamaha, welcome in. I like the video. Okay, all right. Well, the Threadripper's fast. Braithorn's not. Okay, I get to read through these all over again. Sailor, Jay Green, welcome. Well, his last PC was sold to him by Destro. Dastardly deeds. Sounds like Brady needs to put his name on the list for a Micro Center build. I'm doing this one myself, thank you very much. Okay, cool. I'm a streamer, so I get it, but I had to poke fun. You had to pee fun. No, it's okay. You don't have to correct yourself. You had to pee. It's all right. If you just shake your head, Bray looks normal. Okay. You know, that's one thing. I watched a video. I don't know if you guys like Jaden Animations. Love Jaden Animations. Been watching stuff for a long time. She posted a great video today about having been doing this for 10 years. And several times mentioned what it's like. Until you do this, you have no idea what it's like to have people basically not only notice your insecurities, but put them on display, like in front of everybody, repeatedly. I'm insecure about the fact that I shake. I can't solder anymore, and that's I used to love working on electronics, and it was a great loss for me to be able to lose the ability. I love making things, so it hurts my ability to make things. But I generally have good humor about it, but you know. That's the thing. She's like, you just got to roll with it. You just got to learn to roll with it. And I'm working on that. What's up, Frostbite? Don't care if you're late. Blessed to have you here at all. Thank you. You too. Got all the time in the world to let a creator cook. It takes a lot of work. What's up, Northern Lights? How are you? What's up, Medic, over there in Twitch chat? Thank you for being in both. What's up, Deadly Nightshade? Welcome. Alucard, how are you? Yeah, I know. It's at 200% because I was like 15 minutes late. Now Intel has identified the CPU failure cause. Maybe it will fix Bray's issues as well. Well, my issues have not come up again since I updated the BIOS from ASUS. So we'll see. Let's see. What's Leroy Braithorn? I don't think that's how that goes, but I do like it. I also have a friend named Jenkins, which is awesome. I talked to him way too long. Such a cool dude. Probably the tallest guy I know. Well, there is Jesse from... I wonder who's taller, Jenkins or Jesse from Origin. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're well, Bray. What's up, Easy Jake Oven? And also Rurutu. Leave that. Igor 1980. Thank you for coming in with 2 gifted subs. One tier 1 sub to Ramion 1 and 1 for Amniag. Thank you very much. Welcome, bud. Not gonna lie, quite interested in this build. Guys, seriously, like this could be this. I might have cracked the code thanks to PC World. We'll see. Rip those threads. Is that box big enough for ITX build? This is, I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, ITX integrated graphics, maybe. But SFX power supply, even an SFX power supply would have a problem fitting in here with that. Plus, there's your airflow coming from. You'd have to modify it quite a bit. And we see these get made. Really curious how this will perform. See, I'm just hoping Windows 11 is going to work. I didn't test this, guys. I didn't bench test this. Do you think I was going to crack this open while not on stream? Are you kidding me? Heck no. I saved it. I wanted to test this thing for the longest time, just to make sure everything works. My fault. Didn't they have that? Didn't mean to make you feel bad. It's okay. It's okay, Pacer. You're good. Well, the video quality is unbelievable in 4K. Let's see what you got, Bray. All right, sick PCs. You got it. Igor's wearing the same shirt. Heck yeah. Got that Bray drip going on. YouTube being mean tonight, Bray? No, it's okay. It's all right. There's a difference between being mean and just asking a question that makes sense to ask. Well, I mean, kind of makes sense. What's up, Jazzman? How are you? Can't wait to see this amazing rig in action. Gotta know how much this rig costs. I have no idea. I didn't pay for this. However, you can get a used 2920X on eBay for around 99 bucks. I've seen it as low as $99. 12 cores and 12 cores, 24 threads, and 64 lanes of PCIe Gen 3, which is what I'm interested in here. You don't need a ton of power like to stream, but you need a lot of intercommunication within the system. You need a lot of throughput for that. And this provides that in spades. Yes, it's PCIe Gen 3, but like most even high-end internal capture cards, things like that, don't even use 3. They're still at like PCIe Gen 2 by 4 or something. What's up, Cuddles? How's it going, buddy? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. 47 months on a 47-month streak. Good Lord. Good to see you, buddy. Tonight's going to be mean to himself while building. I generally am anyway. You know, half of comedy is self-deprecation. Serious number 8, I'm sure you know, but do the beta blockers. Nicely or gabapentin. And consider doing Botox injections. Just know that Botox in the hand can cause weakness in fingers. The thing about it, Medic, is I can't do it because it would be what exacerbates my essential tremors is the fact that for chronic fatigue syndrome, I take an amphetamine that basically shoves energy into my body. Like, so I've tried a bunch of different remedies for the tremors, and it overrides any of them. So it's unfortunate, but that's how it is. It helps. I'm jealous of Threadripper. Maybe one day I'll build one for streaming and editing. Just so you know, this is not an editing Threadripper in my opinion. 12 cores? No. No, but streaming, yes. Streaming, yes. Yeah, and we do still have, I'll show you guys, if you haven't already seen it on stream. No way. No way this is going to do this to me. Are you serious? Okay, I got this. I'm going to fix this. Just gotta fix this up a little bit. Sorry, guys. A little yellow there. All right, that looks good. We got it. It's new backing track or just another artist? It's still backing track. It is newer backing track. They have a couple of they had a chip rock albums come out that were amazing. The hell. Okay, so if I'm inspired to take some B-roll later, I'll do that. So yeah. As you can see, let's just whoop, stop shaking now. This is still completely intact on the seal. Look at that. Of course, I'm not going to test this thing. It's like, it's been waiting for me. It's been waiting for me. Like this is a time capsule from like 2016 right here. So the processor we're looking at here is AMD Ryzen Threadripper 2920X. As you can see, it's right here, 2920X, 12-core, 24 threads, 4.3 gigahertz max boost. Sorry, 4.3 gigahertz max boost, and a 3.5 gigahertz base. Now, this doesn't have the IPC uplifts that you got through the generations of Ryzen cores. This is not going to be a gaming PC in any way. In fact, no Threadripper is meant to be used for gaming. It can do it, but it's not a gaming CPU. And as for the older socket TR4, I mean, we're basically 3 generations back here, because after 2000 series, there was 3000 series Threadripper, 5000 series, which is kind of and then 7000 series, which is what we're on now. And here's the thing, though. The fact that you can get these, not new in box like this, okay? This is just thanks to PC World. And PC World, thank you for letting me get this. And the motherboard I'll show you guys in a bit. This is just, they had this lying around, they never used it. And when I went to visit in San Francisco on the way back from Computex, essentially, let's go back to, essentially Adam from PC World, what's up Adam, was like, we're doing some spring cleaning, check those carts, see if there's anything you want, and we're going to be giving like the rest away to our Discord and or selling it, stuff like that. And I saw this just peeking out, and I was like, are you kidding me? Is this for real? And now, here's the thing. When I saw what it was, I was like, oh, it's the 12 core. All right. And then I thought about it for a bit, and he was like, yeah, there wasn't much interest in this thing back then. There wasn't any need for dedicated content for it. I don't know if we got too deep into the topic, but it was a reason it had never been opened. And then I started thinking, like, these things have so many PCIe lanes, and the motherboards for them have so many things that you can do on them. I mean, I'm going to show you this motherboard here, but it has a U.2 connector, okay? I don't have a U.2 drive, unfortunately, but it's got a U.2 connector. That means like those new Samsung 60 terabyte SSDs that are coming out that use U.2, you could connect to this. And it has, again, 64 lanes of PCIe Gen 3. Just to give you context on that, say you're talking about PCIe Gen 5 lanes, okay? The LJ1700 and like you know, Z790, Z690. I mean, you're looking at 16 lanes of PCIe Gen 5, which can be divvied up. But no, that goes right to your GPU, unless you bifurcate it. Then you'll have some lanes of PCIe Gen 4, but not a lot of them. 64 lanes of PCIe Gen 3 is nuts. The capture card I'm using right now is the Elgato CamLink Pro. 4 HDMI that do 4K 30 in one internal capture card that requires PCIe Gen 2 4 lanes. That's all it requires. All right, easy. Now let's talk about the motherboard. They actually were like, hey, we got these X399 motherboards, which one do you want? And when I saw that they had 2 of these and only 1 of each of the others, I was like, let me get this one right here. This is the ASUS ROG Zenith Extreme. And let me tell you, the trip down memory lane, when I was like, let me go watch some videos on this, see what they were saying about it back in the day. And I mean, Wendell, Level 1 Techs.
Rip them threads all day long.
Back when you had BuildZoid from Actually Hardcore Overclocking making videos for Gamers Nexus, because the video on this motherboard on Gamers Nexus channel was BuildZoid doing his sort of accent, you know, the way he does it. That's a terrible impression. And I'm sorry, BuildZoid. But it was just like, it was so cool to see that. I watched Brett's old video on it, UFD Tech. It was a lot of fun. But this thing is here. Let's open it here. I don't usually wear shoes when I do these, so it's hard to feel the Stream Deck pedal. Let's zoom back out here. Extreme close up. Get it? Extreme. Okay. So this motherboard is a monster. It is an absolute beast. Look at this thing. So yeah, you're looking at quad channel RAM. So this is quad channel DDR4, and we'll talk about the memory soon. DIMM.2, so you can put dual M.2 drives on a DIMM.2 card that goes here. And of course, it's going to be limited to PCIe Gen 3. And if you look in the description of the YouTube stream, you'll see that I have one of the SSDs I'm going to use is PCIe Gen 4. It's okay. It's backwards compatible. It should default to Gen 3. You're looking at 4 full-fat X16 slots. And now these are not actually going to be fully X16 on all of them. Like this one here will do X8 or X4. This one will do, right here is just an X4. This is an X1. So you can use those for capture cards, things like that. But you could actually put 4 GPUs here. And people would do that. 4 1080 Ti's in quad SLI. Sure, you got it, Kingpin. There you go. And then you have one more M.2 socket here. But remember, this is from 8 years ago. So like, You're not going to find 5 M.2 sockets on here. No, wasn't as common then. Kind of a luxury. But you do have USB. Which one was this? Gen 2? I think Gen 2, 10 gigabit per second, USB Type-C front panel connectors. You had some premium features on this. There's this whole RGB aura thing around it, which is pretty cool looking. You have a really, really good power delivery here and cooling. They basically threw everything at this and the kitchen sink. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Let's remove this carefully. Right there. So, you know, M.2, yeah. And then you have SATA, right? What's that one right there? What is that? That is a U.2 connector, which is like enterprise storage, essentially. Or like, we're just really, really, really fast and high capacity storage drives can use U.2 in a server setting and in an enterprise setting. And this armor on the back doesn't cover the whole thing. Actually, the only reason it's here is because you have the LEDs all the way around there. I mean, that's obviously superfluous. It's not necessary, but yeah. But then again, there are some signs of its age, like the fact that it's PCIe Gen 3, the fact that you only have one 3-pin 5-volt ARGB header. One. You only got one of them. I don't know if I'm going to need a TPM on this. You have a Molex connector for additional power to your PCIe slots there. Yeah. Also, instead of having your CPU supplemental power over here, and they're both over here for some reason. I mean, it's just a weird board. You got your start and reset buttons there. But funny enough, no 7-segment display. Instead, you have a display right here that gives you codes. So it's okay. You're not really missing out on anything there. I/O is quite nice on this, but you're not going to see a bunch of these red these red USB 3.2 Type A's there. You're going to see mostly USB 3.0. And this right here is actually, I believe, gigabit Ethernet. However, also all the plastic is still on this. It's awesome. This comes with a surprise that I'll show you guys later. It's just a really sick board, and I look forward to building with it. Oh, also the rest of this right here, of course, you have your clear CMOS button and your clear CMOS BIOS flashback. You have 3 different types of Wi-Fi. This was one that was kind of a flash in the pan Wi-Fi back then. But this is going to be AC Wi-Fi, I believe. I'll have to check that. But I believe so. You have a 10 gigabit per second Type-C and Type-A, and then these 5 gigabit per second USB 3.0s there. And then, yeah, your SPDIF out, which you don't see as commonly anymore, plus your sort of surround sound, plus a line in, which is great if you're trying to do a dual PC streaming setup, which that's what we're talking about here for whenever I'm using my PC. And when I'm doing one of these, all I need is this to stream. I'm not going to be stressing that thing out at all. So we'll let the Intel stuff have its little tantrums and do its little things, and it hopefully won't affect me. In fact, I probably I can just use that one for editing pretty much. But this right here, this contains so many little goodies in here. It's crazy what you get with this thing. And yes, I have gone looking through here, so it's a little bit messy, okay? So first off, we have a stack of SLI connectors here, 3 of them. So you have your dual right here, SLI HB bridge. You have your triple right here, and then you have your quad SLI bridge right here, which I don't have the GPUs necessary to utilize that, nor would I need to. I don't need that. But it's there. Anybody got 4 1080 Ti's? Let's go. Let me just hydrate really quick. Shadow Admiral, those streams are not starting back up until after the 31st. I wouldn't make a recommendation to you right now because in how many days? Yeah, in 8 days, AMD is releasing their new CPUs, and you can wait a week to get a recommendation. Basically, after that, we're going to do the streams again. But on the 31st, I'm doing a stream where I'm going to be unboxing and testing a Ryzen 9000 series system. So it'd be for that. But I'm not going to recommend you buy anything right now. You can wait 8 days. because it could be very important and save you a lot of money or get you better performance for the same amount of money. So I would wait. Deathly Nightshade, how about 3090 Ti? They do SLI. Well, I don't have a 3090 Ti. And my 3090, I gave to Cuddles. So, there's that. Okay, now this is something I'm quite excited about. This right here is a PCIe card that is a 10 gigabit Ethernet. That is the ROG Arion 10G. So 10 gigabit Ethernet right here, and it just boop plugs in just right onto the board. And that is going to take up a PCIe slot, but that's the thing. This is not just going to be a streaming system. This is also going to be local file storage for, you know, for the local network. Essentially, I'm going to be putting in quite a bit of storage into this thing over time as I get the storage. So yeah, it's going to be nice. It's going to be redundant. And I like that. You have one Wi-Fi antenna here. Two Wi-Fi antenna here. That's that one I was telling you about, which it was, what the heck was it called? I don't even, oh, it's, that's right. 802.11 AD, not AC, AD, 60 gigahertz Wi-Fi antenna. And then this one was, of course, your 802.11 AC Wi-Fi, your standard one that everybody had. The AD Wi-Fi was odd, a little odd. Once AX Wi-Fi came out, that didn't matter anymore, basically. And then you have some thermistors here, thermal sensors. We have a driver USB, so that's pretty sick, actually. Oh no, this is a key as well. I don't know what this is able to be used for. I don't know if it's for the drivers or if it's for something like for security that you can use. I don't know. I don't think so. Like a physical security key, that kind of thing. But this is the DIMM.2 card. So you have one PCIe Gen 3 M.2 socket there. You have another one right over here. And that just slots in like a stick of RAM right into that the DIMM.2 slot on the motherboard. So that's probably where we're going to put my primary drive, and we're going to talk about the storage and the RAM here in just a bit. But that's good. I'm going to keep that out. I'm going to keep this out as well. Oh, don't go sliding around. Thank you. I'm going to need the screws for that, actually. Where are those? There should be one right there. There's one. I need the one for the other side. Here we got one of these things for your front panel connectors. Just a little block to sort of make it all unified. So that's cool. Saves a lot of squinting. You get a little ROG badge right there. I honestly should be recording this on camera there. Forgot to do that. I can hit it now. I can do that now. Actually, how much time is this? 20 minutes only, that's it. Man, I gotta get my external recorder going. But it don't work. Okay, looks like we have a GPU support anti-sag bracket thing there. There's the other M.2 screw right there. I might go ahead and put those in the U.2, not U.2, the DIMM.2 card. That's just SLI. Gonna need SATA, and I'll show you what I mean just a bit. This was like a fan hub card right here. It's a little weird, but yeah, it's like a fan hub thing that you can add in that runs off of Molex. But we're not going to need that because I got something for that. But it's neat. It's neat. I honestly, I am here. I'm treading, like, I'm sailing through unknown waters for me. Like, I've built so many PCs and I never got the chance to do Threadripper. So I'm like, all right, just don't pretend you know everything and everything should be fine. And I don't. Still have a lot to learn, man. That's good. Once I run out of stuff to learn, I'm going to be bored all the time. I'd rather not run out of stuff to learn. New experiences all the time, please. Thank you. Okay, that should be enough of that for now. But yeah, because we're putting a lot of fans in this case, and we're going to talk about the case here in a second. If you already read the YouTube description, you know what's going on with that. But this right here is an Asia Horse PWM fan hub and ARGB hub as well. So with that, this is going to be, it's nice. It's got great reviews on Amazon. It's called the Venom Hub from Asia Horse. And it can take one PWM signal and one ARGB signal and split it up to 9, which we're going to need for the case we're using. There's that. Go ahead and put this here so it's ready for us. Okay. Now, let me talk to you guys a little bit about the storage and RAM situation. So, I'm going to go here, actually. No, I guess I'm recording on this, so we can use that for editing later. But okay, so here's the thing. When it came to this system, this thing is not meant to be the highest performance thing out there. It is not going to be. It is 2000 series Threadripper. That's 7-8 years old. However, it needs to be reliable. That's all I need. I need it to be reliable, okay? So when I reached out to my buddy at Kingston, thank you so much for getting enthusiastic about this project and pitching in. Kingston saved my butt because I didn't just want to throw any DDR4 in here. I mean, this is quad channel DDR4. So like you basically, with any standard PC, you have dual channel 4 DIMMs. This is quad channel 8 DIMMs. So you could put 8 full sticks of RAM in here, but we went with 4, and we'll talk about that. But it's not just about the memory. I'll show you the memory here in a second. It's also about the storage. So for starters, I was like, look, I know you guys do enterprise level stuff. If you have any of it that's like affordable, that's also PCIe Gen 3, it doesn't need to be the latest stuff or anything, whatever you got. He was like, yeah, I got you. So here's what we're talking about. Let me actually bring this up so that I have a few little notes here. Okay, so the star of the show here is actually going to surprise you. This is the Kingston DC1000B. And there we go. This is a data center enterprise M.2 drive, PCIe Gen 3. Why are you having trouble focusing? There we go. Now, what does it mean? This is only 480 gigs, but this is our boot drive. This is a server boot drive. Now, what does that mean? Well, it doesn't need to be the fastest thing. It needs to be super reliable, and you want to know that it's going to be stable. It's going to you're not going to lose anything if you get a power loss, and that's what this has. This actually has what's called PLP, which is onboard power loss protection. So basically, it can hold on to a little bit of power, and if it loses its power source, it will then make sure none of the data gets corrupted in your boot drive, because you need to be able to boot a server, right? If you can't fix nothing if it can't boot. You know, shout out to CrowdStrike. What's up, guys? Great job. Anyway, so this right here is the foundation for our this is where our operating system is going. Okay, and this has speeds of. Let me get the notes here. Now, just to do a few little notes here. This is going to be a 64-layer 3D TLC NAND flash in there, PCIe Gen 3 by 4. And you're also, let me see here. Where this one's at? It was right here. Had it. There we go. Okay. Now on this one, because we went with the 480, this has slightly higher sequential read and write speeds. Okay. Now, on this one, because it's PCIe Gen 3, you're looking at it maxing out near the very maximum of what PCIe Gen 3 can do for read speeds. That's going to be 3,200 megabytes per second. 3,200 megabytes per second. And the sequential write speeds up to 565 megabytes per second. So, plenty enough speed for just like running a stream. Running, music in the background, running, Discord or whatever we're doing. This is perfect for that. Also capturing from the streaming PC or from several cameras. This is more than enough for that. But also, this is not going to be doing any of the recording here. This is just for the operating system. So it doesn't even matter what the speeds are. It just needs to be solid. Even if there's a loss of power, I need to not have to set up everything in my stream again. I need to not lose any of my settings on all the different things that I use in my streams, because that is a nightmare. I hate doing it. I hate resetting all that stuff up. So that's our boot drive, DC 1000B, 480 gig right there. That would be right at home in a rack server that is, probably down right now. But you got like a 40% chance of it being down right now. Oops. But it would be perfectly at home there. At least it wouldn't lose any data if it lost power. How about that? It can't save you from what you install onto it. That's your choice. Anyway, the next thing we're going to be using, this is going to be where I'm going to be doing things like locally saving streams, things like that. This is overkill, is what it is. This is a Kingston KC3000. And the KC3000 is a PCIe Gen 4 drive. Yes, that's a bit of a waste here because you're not going to get the 7,000 up to 7,000 megabyte per second sequential read and write speeds. You're not going to get that because it's not going to operate in PCIe Gen 4 mode. It's going to bust itself down to Gen 3. However, we're going to get peak Gen 3 read and write speeds on this, as good as it's going to get on this platform. Period. And this is a 2 terabyte drive, or 2048 gig drive. So this is a great SSD. These things are phenomenal when it comes to their reliability, and their terabytes written. Their longevity is quite good as well. And this is going to be a fantastic drive for doing things like recording streams, capturing footage, things like that. But what happens when it's time to, move that, so make space on this, do things like that? Well, Kingston also sent me this, and this was a nice little surprise as well. Because what sounded good to me was PLP, onboard power loss protection, and I was like, is there anything with a larger capacity that does that? And that's this right here. This is not going to be as fast as an M.2 drive, but that's not what matters for when I'm trying to store projects or store things like that, store anything. This is basically could be a huge cache that's going to have its own onboard caps to give it power loss protection. Okay. Now looking at the speeds of this, capacities on this go up to 7680 gigs, so basically 8 terabytes. But here we have a 1.92 terabyte, basically a 2 terabyte drive. That is going to, it is SATA, it is a SATA drive, so basically this is going to max out what speeds you can get on SATA. So looking at that, you're looking at, let me look at the read-write speeds, and basically about 560 megabyte per second sequential read speeds and 530 megabyte per second sequential write speeds. But I'm not going to be using this when I'm live. I'm going to be using this whenever I'm like, okay, I'm done with these. I've already moved them over to where I'm going to work on them for, project, for editing. Now I can move them into longer storage. I'll move them into here and then eventually sort them into mechanical hard drives. I actually forgot to grab this one. Give me a second. Forgot to grab this earlier. Then we're just going to be, I might not be putting this in right now, but this is an example of a mechanical hard drive. This is an 8 terabyte Western Digital Black. Great read-write speeds on these things. Yeah, all that stuff for the technology that it is. Not compared to this, not in any way, shape, or form. But this is not meant to be fast storage. This is long-term storage. This is you're basically putting things out to pasture for a while that you might need someday down the line. Also, you can run these for backups, things like that. I love that they call it a gaming hard drive. I'm not sure if you can see that, but yes, it's apparently the gaming hard drive. Now, I have I think an 18 terabyte in my primary system right now that is going to be moved over here. That's an 18 terabyte. I'm going to buy matching one of those as well to have another in there. Or I might wait and see if Samsung is, or I think Solidine's also making those. But the 60 terabyte SATA drives, or not SATA drive, U.2 drive, would also be a good option, I think. So that's all of the storage right there, even though this is really just a placeholder right now. I don't even know if I'm going to put it in. That's all the storage. Now we got to talk about the RAM, because this does not look very impressive in terms of aesthetics. I know. Okay, there's no heat spreaders on these. There's no RGB on these. That does not matter, because what I hold in my hand here is 64 gigs of DDR4 3200 registered ECC memory. Now, DDR5 has kind of a version of ECC. Okay, it has your standard DDR5, not enterprise DDR5, has ECC Lite in a way. Okay, registered ECC, full-on ECC, has error-correcting code as part of it. Basically, without having to use any extra processing power from the system itself, it can basically find errors and correct them in what's going in and out of the memory. That's awesome when it comes to a stable, reliable system. And because we have 4 sticks of 16 gigs, we're going to be using all 4 channels of RAM there. So we're going to be getting about as fast as we can get out of this while staying stable. We're not going to mess with timings. We're not going to mess with any of that other stuff. We're just going to get these. I mean, you know, if it has, if it has a profile to get it to 3200, we're going to run that, and that's it. I am not going to be overclocking this RAM. This is ECC memory. It's not meant to be super speedy, super fast. That's for gaming PCs, and we don't need that. Okay? An additional thing I'm putting in here, by the way, because this has a lot of I/O, but you guys have no idea. I put so many things. I plugged so many USB devices in here because this system's going to need to run 2 setups. This right here, and when I'm sitting there. Meaning I have to run USB extensions across the wall, over the door, down there, all that stuff. And they all have to be plugged in at the same time. I do not want to have to go back and forth, unplugging and plugging things in, swapping them out. I used to have to do that. No more. You guys have heard me talk about these plenty of times. This is just a PCIe USB card, add-in card. Is a PCIe USB add-in card. All of these run at 5 gigabit per second, so even though they're Type C, it's not 10 gigabit or 20. But because of the way this thing is laid out and set up, it does not require external power, Molex, or SATA, which is great, and it looks nice. It's going to fit right into there. It only uses 1 lane of PCIe Gen 3, I believe. So, or is it Gen 2? Either way, that's a lot of throughput, and this is going to divide that up and be super stable direct to the motherboard. It's great. Direct to the chipset, basically. So, there we go. What else do we have to talk about before I get started? I just have to go over all this stuff. I don't want to miss out on anything of these. Oh, yes, our fans, right? Or our cooler, and then our fans. Let's talk about it. And our power supply. So, the last thing that was provided to me for this build, I guess I'll do this way. The last thing that PC World provided me for this build was a CPU cooler that we knew could handle this socket. Back it up a bit. Whoop. Okay, and that came in the form of the Corsair that came in the form of the Corsair H170i Elite LCD, and this thing is a 240 millimeter radiator. I'm sorry, 240. This is a 420 millimeter radiator on here, and it works with our socket, and that's a lot of cooling for this thing, even though the CPU is not going to run that hot. But I love that it's a 420 millimeter radiator because of the case we're going to be using, which I'll show you in a bit. But to talk about that, I need to talk about the PSU, which I'll talk about in a second. After I tell you about the additional fans that I got for this case. I'm just keeping y'all in suspense right now. So I've been talking a lot about these Montech fans, and I wanted to check them out for myself. So I did. I already had them in the right direction. So these are Montech's RX140 and AX140 PWM ARGB fans with your standard airflow and then your reverse blade right there. Now this is not the way this was supposed to be. I'm fairly certain Amazon sent me the wrong fans. We're supposed to have 1 of the standard flow and 6 of the reverse flow. Instead, I got 4 reverse flow and 3 standard flow. Great. Thanks, Amazon. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'll find a way to make it work. It's going to look a little bit janky. It's not going to look as awesome as it was supposed to be. But we'll make it work. Cool. Now, to talk about the case, I also need to talk about the power supply. So let's talk about the power supply. Yes, it does say deep cool on it. And here's a fun fact, just because of the things going on with deep cool and all of that with their what was it, sort of sister company, whatever, under they're a subsidiary of a parent company, and another subsidiary of the same parent company did some stuff. U.S. government was like, no, make an example out of you. It sucks because there's great people working over at Deepcool North America, but I don't want to broach that topic too deeply because there's a lot I don't know, and I don't feel like guessing when it comes to the fate of friends of mine. No, thank you. I would rather just hope that things go well for them. They sent me this PX1000P, platinum, 80 plus platinum, and also platinum rated, cybernetics rated power supply with PCIe Gen 5, PCIe 5 or ATX 3.0 support. They sent this to me months ago, early in 2024, before any of this stuff happened. I didn't pay anything for it. They didn't pay me to take it, and they didn't pay me to say anything about it. So no money changed hands. They just sent this to me because they wanted to send me parts. And so that means this is totally fine for me to use this. It's a perfectly good power supply, and the ratings on it are amazing. So we're going to use this thing. And I also was racking my brain to figure out what case to use for this build. I didn't know which one to use. This was a system that couldn't be a smaller, small mid tower. We're talking about an EATX motherboard here. And we're talking about a 420 millimeter radiator on that all-in-one liquid cooler. We need a big case and one that has options. One that I can shift around however I need it to be shifted around. Now for that, what I chose the Deepcool Morpheus. Listen, waste not, want not. All right, I had this thing. It is brand new, and it has everything I'm looking for in the case for this system. Okay? This is one of the most interesting cases that I have personally seen, and I've been wanting to do a build in it forever. This case is supremely modular, okay? You can put your power supply down here in a PSU basement, or you can shift this case to being a dual chamber case with the power supply in that back chamber and have bottom airflow right to your GPU. Or you can even have the power supply in the front with the PSU shroud going right there. You have so many options with this. You can go with side intake. You can go with front intake. The sky is the limit here. So while I was racking my brain, is like, can I use it? What do I do? I can't use it, right? Like, of course I can. Like, their products didn't all suddenly explode just because of the stuff that was going on. And I want the people over there at the North American Deepcool office to know that none of the stuff that they sent me is going to waste. They still want to show what it did, what it can do. And hopefully everything gets resolved, and you guys could get one for yourself. It is a big boy case. You're right about that, Dodger Dog. How are you doing? I still say you need a Solidigm 61.44 terabyte SSD that uses. I know I need that. I absolutely do. What's up, Crash? How's it going? All right, you got it, Cuddles. Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry I missed that. You know how I get when I do these. Nice drive. Not a fan of 480 gig though. This is going to be different from a standard system, Alucard. It's not going to be your average system. It's not a PC. Like, I wouldn't be a fan of it either. However, this is a different kind of drive. Like, you can just yank the power cord out of this thing while it's running, and all your data will be safe on that drive. It's pretty great. You can always hit up Temu and order the RGB heat spreader for them if you need RGB. I don't think I need that. Yeah, they're good fans. I did a full Montec build. Oh, that ran out of space. Well, okay, I got out of top-down view anyway. Okay. So let's just to clear the air here, okay? To make sure I have this in the video and that that's all. There we go. Now that's recording locally. So just to make sure to clear the air, though I am using Deepcool parts, they're not sponsoring this stream. I'm also using Kingston stuff. They didn't sponsor the stream. Kingston just sent it for me for use here so that I can, show you guys what it can do. But yeah, Deepcool did not sponsor the stream, and they didn't pay me anything to put this. No money changed hands at any point with Deepcool. They just gave me a case, and I'm going to use it. Why wouldn't I? It's awesome. So, I guess the first thing to do is I'm going to need to start putting together the motherboard and CPU, do all that stuff outside of the case, and then we can bring the case into the equation. There we go. There's a little thing there. All right, so let's do that. I have never installed... I guess I can go ahead and take that glass off now, huh? Let me go ahead and do that. I'll do it later. I have never, ever installed a Threadripper CPU, and if you guys have ever seen that done, you know that there's a process to this, man. So, try to follow that process best we can. Some lovely mesh. Always love to see that. Absolutely. Cherokee Vapors, welcome. Got a 3090 Ti. Great if you're looking to buy GREA if you're looking to buy FE. No, I'm good. I'm not trying to do that. I mean, actually, we have to talk about the GPU thing before we start this. I haven't decided what GPU I want to put in here, and there's a lot to consider there. So, before we do start the build, I'm sorry if it's taken forever to start the build, guys, but this is part of doing a build is sussing out what's going to go into it, right? So, give me just a second. Don't vape, kids. It's a gross habit. Not good for you. We saw on TV. I've never done Threadripper. Hell yeah, challenge yourself to something new. Absolutely. I've been wanting to do this forever. Oh la la, I'm not too late to the party. Erica Faye. You know, if anyone's ever late to these, it's me. But yeah, we got to figure out our GPU. So here's the thing. This is going to be a dedicated streaming and also storage machine for the local network, but it's mostly going to be a streaming machine. But the game has changed when it comes to streaming. It's not just all NVIDIA all the time anymore. If I use a 6000 or 7000 series AMD Radeon GPU, I can still use some of the features, the new features that OBS released recently because they brought AMD into it. So, but let's see what my options are real quick, and we'll figure it out from there. Because the main things I want to be able to stream at top quality, 4K to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I want AV1 as an option, okay, AV1 encoding. And I want a decent amount of VRAM, okay? And I want it to, and also I would rather it not be massive, okay? If it's not massive, that's gonna be a big help because I'm gonna be putting a lot of PCIe add-in cards into here. I have my Camlink Pro that's gonna go in there. I've got this USB add-in card that's gonna go in there. I've got the 10 gigabit Ethernet card from ASUS that's gonna go in there. That came with the motherboard, all of that, all right? So I need one that's not going to be a massive chonker. So let's see what we've got here for options. Sorry, that is a big stack of GPUs right there. Okay. All right, so first off, the dark horse option here. Which is going to be the Intel Arc A770, the Acer Predator version here. So what do we have here? Why would this be a good option? Well, for gaming, this thing can rip at some 1440p games. You'd be surprised. The drivers are also much better than they used to be. It's going to use two 8-pin PCIe power right there. So that's great and all. What about encoding? Well, this was the first card on the market that had AV1 encoding. There you go. However, aside from that, I haven't heard much on how good it is for that. If I wanted to use a card that doesn't have AV1 encoding, I could actually add this in as an additional GPU and just dedicate it to AV1 encoding if I want to. Hey, Alucard, can you ban that person, please? Can you ban that bot? I would appreciate it greatly, my friend. So, that's one option right there. It's going to be pretty easy on power. It also has 16 gigs. This is a 16 gig version. 16 gigs of VRAM in this little guy right here. And it's just a straight up 2-slot card. So look at that. Oh, here. I should be doing top down for this. So this is a straight up 2-slot card right here. It's an interesting design too. I love the way the RGB shows up on this. It's really nice. And if you go watch my Azure 2 video, you'll see the montage. You can see it lighten up. It's gorgeous. That doesn't matter in this build. That's not what this build is about. But it has your sort of standard GPU fan plus a blower fan that blows a lot of the heat out this way. So interesting card choice there. And the blower fan option right here can be pretty useful for when you have a lot of PCIe cards there stacked up next to each other and it's hard to get airflow to them. Our next option is a pretty solid card here. This is a gigabyte GeForce RTX 3070 Ti. 3070 Ti. I'm actually blanking on... Hello. Now, the downside here, okay. The downside of this card, straight up, is, and I remembered why I was hesitant to use this. The downside of this card is that it is limited to 8 gigabytes of VRAM on this. However, this thing is an absolute performer when it comes to 1440p gaming. Doesn't matter. We're not gaming on this thing. So what is the benefit of this? Well, for your standard NVENC encoding, which is an absolutely solid option for pretty much anyone that wants to do it, you can do this. Plus, you can use the OBS suggest settings feature as well. Here's another downside to this. Other than the 8 gigs of VRAM, no AV1 encoding on this. So YouTube takes AV1 encoding. You can do AV1 up to YouTube. Now Twitch supposedly does as well. If you do the auto sensing thing and it notices, oh, this thing can do AV1, it may just set you to AV1 by default. But it is an option, and it's bigger than I'd like. Like this thing, looking at the fan shroud, I mean, yeah, it's almost a 3-slot card. It's almost a 3-slot card for not a ton of power. But yeah, another option right there. Now, the most fun option, and you guys have seen me use this in a build before, but I ended up removing it, and it was because of a PSU issue, but that was my fault, because I had knocked the connector out partially. So this thing deserves its time in the sun here. This is my Avatar Frontiers of Pandora collab 7900 XTX, AMD Radeon 7900 XTX. One of the most gorgeous cards I've ever laid eyes on, much less my hands on. This thing is freaking rad. So this right here, 24 gigs of VRAM. Okay, not wrong about that, am I? 20 for the XT, 24 for the XTX, right? I believe that's the case. Whatever. I'll correct it in post if that's the case. But no, it's 24 gigs of VRAM. All right. And this here outperforms. We're not doing gaming on this. Okay. The VRAM is what helps. Plus, this can do pretty much almost every feature of the new OBS right in it, right there. It's not a massive card. It's got a nice, just over 2-slot profile on there. And it's honestly, it deserves a consistent place in my setup, pretty much. XTX 24 gigs, that's what I thought. Props to the bamboo turntable. Cherokee Vapors, thank you. I made it myself. You can get these rings, by the way. Get on Amazon, and it screws right into it. This is just a bamboo cutting board. It was not expensive at all. Close-up of top of Brayhead. Erica caught me. Oh, no. Looks to be the gaming OC. Oh, yeah. I still need that one to build something. Yeah. The thing about it is, when I had issues with that build before, which was the 7900X3D, 7950X3D, and 7950X3D build, AMD build that I did before in the CH560 from Deepcool, this was going to be the perfect card for that build, and then I messed up by shoving some cables into there, which partially unplugged the PCIe connector. But this thing still lights up, should still turn on, should still work, and we'll find out if I use this one. Now, if we just want to forego all of that and have the absolute most capabilities possible with this system, $4090. ASUS Tough Gaming 4090. This to me is like giving up. It would be such a waste to put this in just a streaming PC. I'm not editing video on it. I'm not gaming on it. It would just be for streaming. But that's basically like, this is here in case nothing else works. How about that? I hate the look of the tough cards. I think they have a nice aesthetic to them. It's not my favorite, but it's not bad by any means. There is one other option that is not going to match aesthetically in the least. And that is my Gigabyte Aero 4080. Not 4080 Super, but 4080. But look at the size of this thing. Like this is the anti-sag bracket, that thing that it comes with. I just have it on there so I don't lose it. But this thing is beyond. This is 4 slots right here. This doesn't fit. These don't work for a system like this. They just don't work. Okay, let's compare this. This is the A770. Okay, that's the A770. This is the 3070 Ti. Still pretty big. Okay, but this is probably my favorite option. 7900 XTX. Look at that. Like it's also the length of the card too. AMD packed so much performance into this little guy. It's crazy. Also, this is a black build and this is a white GPU. This needs to go back into the white build in which I had it. So it's just, you know, all those fails, we have that as an option, and it wouldn't be as wasteful as putting in a 4090. That's if we want to have all of the latest and greatest NVIDIA streaming goodness in this thing. And there are some things other than just encoding that NVIDIA offers. NVIDIA Broadcast is a really nice suite of software that does a lot of things. But honestly, now that there is a possibility of AMD Radeon being a great option for streamers, I need to try it. I need to put my money where my mouth is, which I'm not mouthing off that they're better or that they're good. I mean, I should try it, right? What do you guys think? I would use the ARC or the XTX. 4090 is a waste. That's what I said. How much you care about ray tracing in your streams? Very, very good point. Yeah, I was rooting for the Intel card till you busted out the XTX. I mean, look, this thing deserves. This is like, this is like a, it's like say an RX-7. Okay, you don't let that beautiful rotary motor just sit. It needs to be run. It needs to be run. It needs to be revved, or else you're just letting it die. That's what this thing needs. It needs to. I need to stop keeping it in the stable and bring it out to play. Will this always be in there? Not necessarily, but I want to try it. I want to give a good try to actually streaming with this thing. So, okay. This is going to have a place of honor then in the Threadripper system, and it's going to be an all AMD system. That seems appropriate to me. Very cool. Let's get these to a safe spot over here. God, this thing is heavy. Good Lord. The only thing, I feel like the card's going to look a little small in that massive case, but I don't care. I really truly think an A770 is probably a good option for AV1 streaming. And if all else, I mean, I've seen it. I think I was talking to Epos Vox about this a while back when the A380 first came out. I was like, hey dude, are you doing anything to like have a standard GPU like in NVIDIA or AMD, but then use an A380 for AV1 encoding? And he's like, shh. And then he made content based around that, which is great. But look at the backplate on this thing. It is like multi-layered. Like these are multiple plates. That's super cool. This is an absolutely sick card. If you guys find a deal on an A770, particularly the 16 gig VRAM version, you should grab it if you can get it for a couple $100 or whatever. Because I don't know, man. To me, this feels like an EVGA card where it's like, oh, I just want to have that and test it out. I want to try it. Yeah. Okay. So we have selected our GPU. It is time to get building, everybody. So come back on Thursday where we're gonna. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing with you. The Pandora card looks way better on my TV versus my laptop. The color is so much nicer. You should see it when it's turned on, and when it heats up, it actually has colors that show up. Deathly Nightshade, did I get you with that? Did I get you? I got you, didn't I? I know. This is gonna be a long build. I really wanted to start early, but I was even late when I tried to start at 8 p.m. So. Gary says dibs if you ever sell it. You talking about the A770? I'll keep that in mind. What's up, Broga? How's it going? Is it XTX as well? I could have run a poll, but I already knew in my heart of hearts what I wanted, and I figured you guys wanted the same. I don't know why I got out of that camera view. We're gonna go right back to it, but. Hope you guys are enjoying watching on Twitch in 4K. I'm really glad they added that as a thing, but hopefully you're able to see all the glorious gradient going on here with the light mode jacket. But it is time. This thing has been sitting in its box untouched for, when was this launched? Let me look up when it was launched so I don't misrepresent this. October 2018. I was thinking 2016 or something. That must have been 1000 series Threadripper. Oh, that's right. That's right. This was launched later in the span of 2000 series Threadripper. There were 3 additional CPUs, I think three that were launched later in the life cycle of 2000 series. So, no, the Pandora card. I don't think I can sell that. There are 500 of those, Gary. I don't think I can possibly bring myself to sell that. Like, if I become homeless, if they kick me out of my house and I have nothing to my name, I'll use it as a pillow in the alley that I sleep in. Basically. Okay, so. By the way, you'll notice it says RIP here. Get it? Threadripper. This is what times like this are when I wish I didn't have shaky hands. Oh well. Oh, it goes this way. Ah, look at that. Accessories. Man, the packaging on Threadripper has gone downhill. This was peak packaging. You think that sticker's big enough? I mean, they have the little one right there, but just in case people don't notice. Now this is our little torque wrench right here, basically, for perfectly torquing in the exact right pressure on the CPU retention bracket. And we have this back plate. Okay, that can just come out a little better. That'd be great. We have a back plate here. Interesting. What's nice is that these are keyed. You'll notice that it is narrower at the top, or narrower on one side and wider on one side, so you can't put this in the wrong way. Which is nice. This is the quality of these different things. Like, I've always seen these used and I've been like, I want one of those. Well, there we go. Now I have one. Thank you, PC World. Like, y'all seriously have made a dream come true here. Even if it sucks, I don't care. This experience alone is worth it. Now, how the heck do I get you out? Okay, that feels like it needs to fully come out of there. Could be on the back, maybe. What the heck? There we go. Look at those pins. AMD was not messing around when they conceptualized and developed Threadripper. This is not, of course, this is not the CPU. It's going to be here. And you might look at this, if you've never seen a Threadripper installed, you might look at this and be like, okay, does that orange part come off? No, that's part of the CPU. Okay, just trying to give you a good view of that right there. There you go. 2920X. All of this for 12 cores, man. But it's all of that PCIe connectivity. That's what it's all about. That is the name of the game here. So we're going to go ahead and keep this safe right in here for now. Can you see why I held off on this? I wanted to share this with you guys. I wanted to share this experience with y'all because you have to imagine me back in my IT days where I was like, this is a hobby, man. I can't spend HEDT money. I've got a kid, you know, I have a daughter and she's my priority and all of that. And I just could not ever, I couldn't do it. I could have done something like this probably, but I never knew the use case or needed it. Now, of course, right here, we have also our installation instructions, which you damn well better believe I'm going to pay attention to. But I feel like it's important to keep all of this together. It's almost a shame that this will never go back to the way it was. It will never be... Well, that actually looks pretty good right there. There you go. And I'll put that casing back in there once I'm done. Better believe it's going to be in my setup after this background. Again, even if the PC sucks, even if the CPU is not anything near what I needed, I don't care. So of course we have our installation instructions here. There is a method to this that I need to follow as I'm putting the GPU into the socket. Okay. Okay, that's weird. This thing has installation instructions for AM3 Plus and AM4 CPUs. I don't need that. Installation instructions for socket TR4 SP3 CPUs. So that's it. I don't need to add this right here. That's not necessary. Oh, this is for coolers, I think. I think this is for the cooler. I think this is like an Asatek bracket there. So I do need to hold on to that. Yeah, it is for the cooler. Okay. I might need to hold on to that. Okay. So let's go ahead and follow these steps in order. All right. Using 3, 2, 1 order. 3, 2, 1. All right. So that's 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3 to close it. It shows you which one is numbered right here. Like how the numbering works. Whoop. It's very, very small writing, but on the arrows you can see it. So I have seen this done. It's just I am not, and it's also numbered right here, which helps. I haven't seen the state of the pins here, so hopefully everything is in good shape. Oh, okay. And 1. So there we go. Okay. Now next, I was about to start going in and continuing. Lift up the socket lid and carrier frame holder. That's this guy right here. There we go. And there you go. There's all your pins right there. Any of these bent? Everything looks okay. All right. Okay, hold by carrier frame and slide down until processor clicks into place. All right, you're up there, buddy. Imagine dropping something into that socket. Good Lord. Okay, so go. We're gonna let's not do that over the socket though. As it said, I'm gonna be sliding this. I need to take this out first, right? Go. That is not all the way down. There we go. All right, and I just lower that there. Are you guys nervous? Am I making you nervous? Are you nervous right now? You okay? We're okay. There we go. And then we just do that, and we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. Oh, I have to go until it clicks. Yep, it's like a torque wrench, basically. Turdog, you're absolutely right. Is this not grabbing? What's going on here? Okay, so we're gonna do it like I would normally do this. It said to just tighten each one 1, 2, 3 until it clicks. I'm gonna do it a little bit at a time instead, because that's how I would normally do something like this. Okay, just want to make sure that's okay. There we go. Now it's grabbing. It wasn't threading for some reason. I guess I tightened it too much on the one. I'll just do 3 turns each time, I guess. Oh, that should be fine now that they've all grabbed the threading. Should be good. Yeah, this is nerve-wracking. There we go. Done. Nothing to worry about, everybody. One cool thing is I can take this, the socket cover, guess where it goes? Right there. Got a perfect place to keep the socket cover. Guys, when you build a PC, do never throw away that socket cover, just in case you need an RMA. That I might do a printout or something of a Threadripper CPU just on paper and just put that there. That'd be kind of cool. Not cool, actually, in any way, but it'd be funny. Okay. Well, there it is, y'all. It's in there. Pins are protected. Everything seemed to go well. So we have here our DIMM.2 slot right there. So we'll do that after we do the RAM. We're going to do the memory first. Our memory right here. I will say one downside for me on this is that I'm not super happy about is that I prefer it when you have a little clip down here. And with the age of this motherboard, I would think they would still have that. But there's certain things that you're not getting, some quality of life features that you've become a little bit used to. You're not seeing any kind of easy latch thing for your GPU to unlatch it. There's not going to be anything for easily installing M.2 drives, Q latches, things like that. None of that. This is how it used to be. Back in my day, yeah, that's how it is. Little at a time is how I've seen Jay and Linus do it. Fair. I'm a little worried because I went all in. I followed the instructions and it said to do it until it clicks, and I did that. And then I was like, oh, there's the other one not screwing in. I hope I didn't damage anything, but I don't think I did. Okay, so we have 2 M.2 drives, and that means we don't even need to use this one here, which is a chipset drive. These go directly to the CPU. That's what we want to do. One interesting feature on this, by the way, on this motherboard, is you have these dip switches here that can actually toggle off your PCIe slots, 1 through 4. So your X16 slots. In case you're having a problem with a multi-GPU setup and you have it all liquid cooled and you can't really just pop one out of there, you can actually cut power to it, which is cool. Okay. I am in such unknown waters here. I don't know if I needed a BIOS update for this, but it has BIOS flashback. So if that's the case, we'll figure that out. Yes, Crash. Soon. Soon, TM. You should be a regular guest on the PC World full Nerd Show. Humanity, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I've been on there a couple of times now. In fact, I was in there in the studio last time, which was great. But regular guest, I mean, they had Wendell on there. They had Steve on there. Like, they need to have that room to have these much bigger content creators come in. I feel lucky that they want to hear what I have to say. That, at first, Gordon thought that what I had to talk about was important enough to bring onto their channel, and then Adam agreed and was like, no, this, and then worked with me on stuff like this. It's great. They've been amazing to me. I don't need to take up one of their spots. There's a lot of things they talk about that I'm out of my depth when they talk about it, to be perfectly frank. There's times when they talk about stuff that I just haven't followed since my IT admin days, and everything is way out of whack now for what I knew. So yeah, I don't think I would bring enough value as a regular guest. I'm happy that I get what I get, and I am totally fine with that. Okay, so yeah, let's do the RAM first. So here's our 64 gigs, 4x16 of ECC memory. Where was the, I know I had the booklet for the, well, as long as they match up, generally when you look at a motherboard, you'll see a lot of them will have color coding on these. So if I want to do 4 sticks, I do the light gray, all the light gray ones. That's what I need to do. If I'm wrong about that, guess what? It'll still function. It'll just be not optimal, and I'll look at that later. Got that jerry rig everything action going on there. It's a nice razor blade, box cutter, whatever you want to call it, knife. They call it the knife, but it doesn't really feel like a knife to me. All right, now of course RAM is keyed. Okay, so that has to match up with the slot that you have here. You see that silver piece right there? It has to match up with that. One good rule of thumb for this, and I've been saying this for a while, if you see stickers, those usually will go towards this way here. Okay, they'll point this way. I was going to say they go towards the towards the CPU, but that doesn't really work here, does it? Because we have some sticks on the left side of the CPU. Okay. Nice and tight. How's the music level, by the way? Music level been okay? I should have been recording on this mic, and I wasn't. I should have been doing that. Oh boy. I'm the absolute peak of professionalism here, everybody. That's what I am. The reason I record locally on my wireless mic here is so that I have audio in which there is no music playing for the purposes of editing a video later. Because here's the thing, if you can find one of these CPUs for $99 used and it works, you may have just gotten the ultimate like sleeper of a stream PC CPU. Like the setup for this could be amazing. Basically, here's what I want. Someone, please go to eBay and look up the ROG Zenith Extreme X399 motherboard. ROG Zenith Extreme X399. Tell me what the lowest price you see there is for it. Last I checked, this CPU was as low as $99 used on eBay. I finally gave, well, there's a ad playing right now, so we'll wait on that answer. I just want to give, you know, that's, oh, you know what? The keying is shifted. So yes, it is still always going to be stickers, at least in most cases, stickers towards the CPU. Yeah, they reverse the keying on this side. Yeah, you see the silver here, and then on this side, it's more towards that way. So yeah. I could have just glanced at it and seen that because they put this nice accent, this metal accent where the key is. That helps, where that notch is at. It helps you spot it on a dark motherboard. Pretty nice. Or that dark plastic. Waiting for the Zenith 250. 250 bucks. Okay. We now have quad channel RAM. Parts only. Parts only. Who's going to part out a motherboard? Who out there is going to... I mean, repair shops, I guess. Level is good. Thank you. Seen one for $89 for a 2920X. Nice. So basically, $400 for a working board? Shipped from China is no surprise, humanity. That's not a surprise. Found a $160 one. Yeah, it has to say working, basically. And this one is supposed to be working. I don't know if it's working, actually. I haven't tested it. We're doing this together, everybody. We're in this adventure together. I need a box for all this stuff. That's, you know what? Sure, motherboard box. Okay, now we need the DIMM.2 card. Here we go. I like that right there. Don't need that right now, though. That's for when you're installing that NHD15 or the giant Be Quiet coolers. Okay. All right, and I've got my screws right here. Okay, cool. Love that. So this is the ROG DIMM.2. Something I'm sad to see that they have kind of gotten rid of. Why? It was a pretty cool concept, I think. I mean, you're already using the Z height in that area because of the RAM. Why get rid of it? Where did my screws go? I just had them. Just had them. Just had them in my hand. Did I put them here? Pretty sure these are specific to this board too, so like I can't lose those. What did I do? There they are. Oops, there went my card. But I couldn't have used it without these anyway. How did they end up there? What the heck happened? Somebody, anybody, tell me. All right. Oh, I do have a trash bag. That's smart of me. So look at the size of the screws that we have to mess with here. Those of you who are building a PC in modern times and don't have to worry about this, I'm mad at you. This is a rite of passage, okay? Do you see the size of the actual, do you see this? This is tiny. That's what we had to deal with. Okay, so basically we're going to be slotting this in here at 2280. That's just, you get to see my shaky hands. Enjoy that. There's 2280. Do not drop these. and give it a nice, you don't want this to come out when you're trying to remove your drive, so give it a nice little tightening there. Okay. So then we're going to put our drive in there. We'll go ahead and do the other one as well. But this, you put your drive in, you sit it down, and then this screw goes in there and caps it down. I'm putting that right there so I don't lose it. Let's do the other side real quick. So we can just put our drives in. We'll call that good. I will say it's nice though to have this DIMM.2 card because now I don't have to like squint at the motherboard to like put these in. I can just get comfortable. Do this at my leisure. At my leisure. I think I have, hold on, let me grab something real quick. Small. Oh, it's perfect. Okay, that's going to help. Oops. Okay, so basically I am using the 5.0 tiny hex driver. This is the 5.0 as it states here from the iFixit kit to drive this in. I believe this is basically like, oh, my microphone's coming off. Come on, stop flopping around there. Okay. I believe this is basically like a motherboard standoff, essentially, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a little tough to get it started because of how shallow this is. So I'm going to start it with my hand, and then I will tighten it with that socket. So again, 2280 there. This will help me achieve a level of torque I cannot with my fingertips. There we go. Try not to crack a PCB though. There we go. I should probably use this for putting those other screws in. Love this guy right here, but like the magnetism on that is so strong, it can actually make the screw like flop around a little bit. It's kind of annoying. Perfect. I want to sit down a little bit here. My back is killing me doing it like this. You get to all that extra space up there. There you go. Whatever. Oh, I need the drives. What sucks about these is that I spend a lot of effort and achieve a high level of back pain setting up for them, and then I got to build a PC. If my back starts hurting too much, I basically have to be like, all right, guys, I cannot continue. I'll have to finish this later. But I want to finish this build. I desperately want to finish this build. I really want to stream on this. Let's not cut ourselves. I don't want to stream on my main editing PC anymore. I want that one to be a dedicated PC for video editing. Ah, that packaging on this is really high quality. That or I need to replace my razor on this. I do kind of use it for everything now. There we go. Man, that is densely packed. Okay, so I don't think I've seen another drive like this. This is a 480 gig drive, but see, this thing has caps on it so that if they're capacitors, they can store up electricity and then it passes through it. But then if you lose power, this thing it knows to then secure the data as it has lost power, and it uses the capacitors to do that. I've never seen a drive like this. Back when I was doing server stuff, we didn't have M.2 drives. Back in my day, we didn't have it. So now looking at this, so we want M.2 1 to be the primary drive. So that's going to be our boot drive. So that goes right there. Then you settle it into like clicks into place, just like that. Then we're gonna need this tiny, tiny screw. And we don't want to lose this. Like this thing doesn't have like a heat sink to go over it to keep, if you lose your screw and you just use the heat sink to hold it down. No, you can't do that here. All right, there we go. And no, this doesn't have a heat sink. I know that. But this thing runs at like 3,200 megabytes per second, maximum read speeds. And yeah, that's not going to get too hot. It should be fine. We're not looking for speed, we're looking for reliability. That's what we want. And here we go with the KC3000. This is going to take up M.2/2 or _2. You know what? I just get scissors. How about scissors? Why not? That would be a lot safer than what I'm doing right now. So be safe, kids. Excusez-moi. I need to do that now. Just like that. There we go. That is our DIMM.2 card right there, fully loaded up with 2.5 terabytes of storage. One of them being, half a terabyte being the boot drive, and 2 terabytes being fast storage, as fast as this little PCIe Gen 3 can manage. I realize I am taking my time here. I'm savoring this, guys. I am savoring it. Maybe I shouldn't savor it quite so much. I know. Okay, this is just like a RAM slot right here. So you just push down that tab. There is just the fixed one here, unfortunately, but this is also keyed. So right there where you have that DIMM.2 logo there, that's this cutout right here. This cutout right here is that metal piece right there. Okay, so we just line that up. If I break this thing, I only get one M.2 drive in this motherboard. No thanks. There we go. Now this, you can see why they need this. This is all PCIe slots from top to bottom except right here. Okay, and of course you're not going to use one there because you're generally going to have a graphics card here. But everywhere else you can have a PCIe slot, it's there. It's crazy. But yeah, I think we're pretty much done with the motherboard setup. That's it. I wish it wasn't. I could use more of a break for my back. Well, not a break, a rest for my back. I shouldn't say it. So now is the part where we can kind of set this aside. And we are going to prepare, well, we can put it in we can go ahead and get it in the case. We can do that. I don't think I'm going to need my iFixit kit anymore, but whatever. We also are going to have to set up this guy right here. But yeah, I just realized I just said installing a SATA drive is going to be cool. Okay, it's an enterprise level SATA card. That's different. All right. Now is the part where we're gonna go ahead and mount this thing in the case. But do we have to have the whole case up here the whole time? No, we don't. I realize I need to be careful. I don't want to put this on the floor. Okay, I just need to make some space, and I don't want to throw away any packaging just yet. But this, I'm gonna do a little cleanup first, guys. Sorry, my mic is falling off. Okay. This is a very physical thing that I do, and I'm moving around and doing stuff, so I try to have a mic that'll stay on. But this one, it's not the best, honestly. Okay. That probably sounds a lot better, by the way. This is like cleaning while you cook. You know, don't just like let things pile up. I have a bad habit of that myself, but I'm trying to learn. So trash is trash, and it should go in the trash. But things that are like packaging that you might want to hold on to, you should hold on to. We're not going to need this for a while, so I'm going to put it in here. I don't know that we're going to need that. We'll hold on to it. Wait, that means I should hold on to the installation instructions for the Threadripper CPU. Okay. Where was I hanging this? I don't remember where I hung this in. But whatever, you can just go right here. Okay. And this is absolutely going back in the Threadripper box. This right here. I got this all nicely closed up and stuff, but I was not ready to do that. Should have waited. It would be kind of cool to do an ITX build in this, but it is foam and plastic. Like, I would want instead to 3D print a replica of this out of something with high thermal resistance. I think that'd be the way to do it. All right. I don't think I'm going to need this again, so we will put it up for now. Still working on cleaning up that corner, so it's a little bit of a mess there, but okay. Ready to go. What we need now is the case. We're going to go back out to our main camera angle here. When I say that this case has a lot of capabilities, I am not kidding you. I have to tread carefully. I can't promote it. I don't think I can promote it. But whenever I see any kind of innovation or ingenuity, especially in the way these can be engineered, I just can't help but become enthusiastic about it. Just know that for what it is, okay? Much as I love my deep, cool people. We just want to make sure that all that stuff gets resolved, and we'll be back in business, baby. All right. So this is just full of accessories. This thing comes with a vertical GPU bracket and a PCIe Gen 4 riser cable included with the case. Pretty awesome. But also there are storage brackets for storage, things like that, different ways to mount the power supplies I mentioned before. We're going to do first is we are going to remove the motherboard tray because, yeah, the motherboard tray comes out. Of course it can. If you can move it around, you can remove it. What's up, Kenneth Davis? How are you? AV2, you've got shaky hands. Have you drink some water? I have essential tremors. It's a normal thing. Guys, how can I make it to where people don't ask such a personal question to a stranger? Is there something I can say to, like, offset? Should I wear a shirt that says I have essential tremors? It's just such an insecurity for me, and I keep getting it pushed in my face. It's not your fault. You don't know. You didn't know that. But the fact remains. It's uncomfortable for me to keep having to talk about it all the time. It's not the biggest deal. I mean, I should be thankful that I don't have full-on Parkinson's, because that is a much worse situation. And this just pops up, right? Man, these pins in this are insane. Let me just look here. I want to make sure I don't break anything. Okay, unscrew those and pop it straight up. What the heck? These are captive screws. They shouldn't have to come out all the way. There we go. They were like barely threaded still, I guess. I don't know. Just some tight tolerances on these push pins that lock it in. That's all. So one of the features I really liked about this, and one of the reasons I wanted to use it, is right here on the top. So the top I/O, you'll notice, has dual, basically has, it has USB 3.0s, but dual headers for that. So each one is going to be 2 USB 3.0s or 5 gigabit per second USB type A's. And I really like that because this motherboard supports that. It has 2 headers for USB 3.0. So yeah, we're going to use that. We're actually going to be able to utilize it. Something where I could just do like ET. We should make that a command. Yeah, that'd be good. That would make me feel better. That would make me feel better if I didn't have to keep explaining it. Medic, I'm not gonna do the PC match. Once I start doing that, that means if I start, I have to stop at some point, and that means I have to tell one person no, and that's never fun for me. I think it just pops out to the side. I've never taken apart this case. I was meant to do a build in it a long time ago, and then Computex happened, and then what happened after Computex happened. So, yeah. Top. For glass. Ah. Is there a screw here? Yes, there's a screw right up there. Okay. I am definitely the type of guy that will stop and ask for directions, just so I don't get lost. That's what we're doing here. I prefer to see it where on a case there's this retention screw that you can have as an option, just so that in shipping your panel doesn't come off from any kind of getting shaken around or anything like that. Oh, great sentence, dude. Really good job on the talking. And then once you take that off, your panel should I say, I want to hit myself in the face. There we go. This is what I'm saying. These tolerances are crazy for these push pins. Well, you're not going to find it anywhere now because it's a lot of the deep cool stuff has all been taken off the market because of the sanctions. But that could change, and I hope it does. Okay, look at how much... Hold on, sorry, I'm in the wrong thing. All right. Look at how much room there is in this thing. So this is actually the vertical power supply mount right here. And then you would take off the shroud here and you would move it to the front, essentially. And then it's a different kind of... And you actually have fan mounting on this right here as well without having to move it. It's just, there's a lot of stuff you can do with this. You'd also have the digital panel right here too that comes with it, so that's cool. But remember, I can't really promote this thing. I'm showing you what I'm using. What I actually would have preferred, I'll tell you guys what case I would have preferred. Either a Thermaltake P3, I think there's a Pro version, yeah, or the P6, because I want to wall mount this thing. I would have loved to get one of those for this. The downside to those is you don't have as many options if you want to run like 4 mechanical hard drives or something. I think you have mounting for 1 or 2, then a couple SSDs. But this is going to be similarly limited. My first choice, to be clear, was the new Enthoo Pro V2 from Vantex, but that's not coming out till like Q3, Q4. Well, Q4 basically. We're just about in Q3, so. Yeah, we are in Q3 actually. Are we? Or is that at the end of July? Beginning of July is Q3. Yeah. Love the P6 case. I want a wall hanger too, so bad too. Well, the reason is it's a function thing, because I don't want to have this on a desk if it's mounted on the wall. This is the wall that I face where I have my TV, I got my camera, I got a lot of my equipment for streaming. The HDMI could just come up here for the top-down camera. I don't need this to be recording anymore. There we go. A lot of that stuff. And if I have it wall mounted, it's not going to take up floor space or desk space. That's all it needs to be. July 1st, yeah, that's what I said, Ruchi. Yeah, beginning of July is beginning of Q3. Just, you know, numbers and thinking and all that stuff. Not too good at that when I got a lot going on. All right, now that I've got this thing open, we need to talk about the fan situation. So, sorry, I hit the mic. So, there is one thing that I criticized about this case, and it was these right here. So these are the Matrix, the Trinity fans. These are the Trinity fans from Deepcool. It's basically a unibody fan, 3 140 millimeter fans, so 420 millimeters of space taken up there, and it's all with just one connector for PWM and one connector for RGB. Great, but this side part is supposed to be intake. That's how I always do it. That's how I always see it. It's supposed to be intake, because there's usually a gap between the mesh on the side panel there and where the fans actually sit. I don't like there to be blowback. I don't like it to be blowing around the case. When I do exhaust, I like to have it kind of right up against wherever it's going to be exhausting into. But that's just it's a little different from intake. You want to have some space from your mesh when you're doing intake, but you don't really want to leave too much space when you're doing exhaust. It's not good for the flow, the airflow. But yeah, Casey Walls, I hate PC builds this large. This is going to be not only the primary streaming PC for the channel, but also network storage as well. So it's kind of good that it's a large case. That's why I wanted a large case. Also, the cooler that I have for the Threadripper processor has a 420 millimeter radiator, so I have to have a big case for that usually. The CH560 would have been okay for this, but you know, that one has a system in it already, so here we go. So that's what I was going to say, actually, AB2, is that those side fans, my first question to the guy I was talking to at Deepcool when I saw these at CES, is there are these reverse? No, they didn't look reverse. Okay, they're not reverse. Is there a reverse version of these coming? Because that should be intake, and if you turn that around, it's not going to look nearly as nice. And also, you could have used that also for the bottom of the case. But no, they didn't develop a reverse flow fan. Which is I think every brand needs to get into that. And there are some newer ones from Fantex coming out that are more affordable than their primary ones, the D30 ARGBs. And yeah, great, but they're not out yet. So that's the thing. I'm gonna take this pretty much. I don't want to run Corsair fans. I don't want to run these fans. It seems wasteful, I know, but I don't want to run these fans because then I can only control the RGB for these through IQ software. If I don't install IQ software, I'm still going to get liquid temperatures showing up on the LCD on this. That's all I care about. That's fine for me. So I want to take off these fans. I'm going to take the Trinity fans, put them on this, and then I'll run the rest of them. We'll run these Montec fans. So because this is going to be mounted on the top here, you're not really going to see the Trinity fans as much. The fans you will see are pretty much going to be these. And I might just do, I really wanted to do the side intake here. That's why I got reverse flow fans. But what I can do is, if I run this in dual chamber mode, but still use the front intake, see, I can do side intake or I can do front intake, right? And if I do front intake, the fact that I got too many of these AX 140s and not the RX 140s means I can put these on the front as intake and then have the other ones on the bottom as intake as well. So I get to use the reverse flow fans and they'll look nice, they'll match, all that stuff. What's gonna happen is this. I'm gonna have to order more of these and get the right ones. And it's going to look different after the stream, like at some point, once I fix that. If I use 3 of the AX140s, I only have 3 of them. One was supposed to be for here, for exhaust. I'm not going to have that if I use 3 of these as front intake. I have to figure that out, basically. These came in yesterday, so I wouldn't have had time to get it swapped out. Also have trimmers as well. I get so annoyed because I drop so many screws when I'm building, or I'm shaking so bad I can't plug things in. I will tell you, and with no hesitation, I don't know if you've already got one. This has saved me from picking up so many screws because of my shaking. The LTT screwdriver magnetism is so nice. Even with thumb screws, it's no problem. But I had the exact same issue, and it drives me out of my mind. But this one or the stubby, like these are, I've been thinking about, because Linus was saying in, I know this is a tangent and I apologize. Linus was saying in one of the WAN shows, he was saying he wants to sponsor more streamers. I would like to reach out to them and ask them if they want to sponsor some episodes of Pre-Built Rebuilt. That's what's holding it up right now, is that everything got turned upside down in sponsorship. And I have to get that sorted out because I have to re-record a lot of stuff, and I can't until I know who the sponsors are. So it's in a holding pattern right now, and it's driving me crazy because this whole year was supposed to be dedicated to Pre-Built Rebuilt, and half of it's gone. So those colors, it's like that screwdriver was made just for you. Dodger Dog, it's because I made it. They had a thing where you could make your own at LTX. So I chose these colors. But you're right, though. Right on the money. I need to get the screw bits from the LTT store. Yeah? Hey, Bray, do you ever do any mini ITX builds? Not usually. I need to do one because another thing that was given to me by the fine folks at PC World was an NR200P. Thermalright has some inexpensive reverse blade fans. I couldn't get them in time. Tagium? I couldn't get them in time. This was all about what I could get in time for the build because I didn't know when all of the Kingston stuff was going to arrive, but as soon as it arrived, I wanted to do the build. I just should have ordered the fans way earlier. But okay, so I need to figure out what I'm going to do, and soon. And I need to do it because I need to get this build done. It's going to take forever, and I don't want it to take more forever than it has to. So these can come out. And I mean, you look at the other side of this, this doesn't look that bad. Like I could flip this around and still use them as reverse flow. The only thing is if I run the Corsair fans, I'm going to have no control over them because I don't want to install IQ on this thing. I'm not treating this like a gaming PC, you know? I just want to have one thing controlling all the RGB that barely takes up any resources. Might even use, well, I could use Signal RGB or I could use Open RGB. One of those two. I ordered one of each when they said they were raising their price. Oh boy. Ray, you should do a Noita stream with all bad voting options and call the stream a Noita. That's a great one, Crash. I like that. It's hilarious. Glad they brought back Scrapyard Wars. Oh, you better believe I watched that today. It was great. Dennis Barry earlier on asked, "You're reading a manual?" Yes. That's how you learn stuff. I mean, I could break this or like if I had tried to force off that glass side panel, I might have found that there was a retention screw on the top. I would have figured that out eventually, but also I might have broken it before that. I don't know. I'd rather do it right and, you know, not break it. I can't afford to just buy a bunch of stuff, you know. I'm not at that level as a content creator, and knowing how I am, I probably will never be at that level as a content creator, no matter how much money I bring in. So, cool thing about this case also, and I'm going to show this here. But of course, they send it with a nice box for all of your necessary screws, which is a practice I want to see every single case manufacturer do. Vantex led the charge on that a while back, and these guys picked it up. But also you have these little pixels here. And notice what color they match. They match that Avatar GPU. So if I do a design like that, I can also include those. I'm probably just going to draw an LGN on it if I do anything. But also all your motherboard screws here, some Velcro straps, some RGB extension cable there, and these things right here to install SSDs, all there. So We're going to need all that stuff. But of course, and also in the case, I just want to, let me go ahead and get the motherboard tray out because this is part of it here. Let's read the manual. It's not cringe to read a manual. You know what is cringe? What's cringe is pretending you know everything and then screwing it up because you pretended you knew everything. I never have to be the smartest guy in the room. I've never felt that way. And the moment I do become the smartest guy in the room, I'm going to be bored from then on out. Because who am I going to learn from? And right now, I'm learning from a book. All right, just show me how to take out the motherboard tray, all right? Come on. Okay, there we go. No, not there we go. No. No. Bruh. The thing is, there's a ton of screws on the back of the case. I need to figure out exactly which ones to take out the motherboard. I'm not going to be sitting here just messing with that forever. It's already a long stream as it is. And I know this is super entertaining for you guys. I know how to install a GPU, guys. I know how to do that. I know about that too. All right. Okay. Okay, so there's a power supply bracket. Okay. All right, so that's cool. There's rails for the fans, so you can adjust them. That's awesome. Oh, that's really cool too. That just comes right out, doesn't it? Hell yeah. I was going to unscrew each of the fans individually. That was going to take forever. Everything is modular on this thing. That's why it's called the Morpheus. Okay. I wonder if I can reverse this thing, like invert it. I don't think so. I don't think they designed it that way. Bro. Like, I'm down with reading a manual. Like, I support that. But, like, this is just, it's not making it easy on me. But this whole thing comes apart. Like, you can explode this whole case. There it is. Okay, so it's those 4 screws there. Okay. Neat. I think I'm actually going to use the old 12 volts Bosch for this. Just turn down the torque. Not up, that's up. Turn down the torque. So, I guess, yeah, these right here. Okay. Ah, we can go down. There we go. Don't fall. Why are you trying to fall? Not nearly as much magnetism. Also, I do have this, so I don't lose any screws. That'd be great. I don't need you here right now. You can go ahead and go right over there. There you go. Don't use any of those. I like that they're using matching screws for pretty much all of this. Wow. Where'd that go? There you are. Ah, there's probably screws here. Yes. So it's not like it's a really quick thing, like just twist these, pull out the motherboard tray. No, it's not like that. Also, I need to detach all of these cables if I want to pull it out. That's kind of annoying. I put the man in manual. Wow. You did that? How could you? Someone let him out of there. Okay, just taking all the cables off of this. We'll manage them later. We'll manage. Okay, there's that screw. And this one. Don't fall. Thank you. One more. You guys can't see what I'm doing. It's these that are connecting it to that side there. And if that wasn't a clear enough picture of what I'm doing, read the manual. Is there another one? Did I miss one? Oh, yeah. Bottom. There we go. Oh, good. Probably have a camera like back here, but then I would be knocking it over all the time. Okay, looks like there's another one somewhere here. Bro, I just want the motherboard tray. I don't need that whole bottom piece. What are you doing? Oh, there we go. It's like it's still connected to that somehow. Where are you connected? Alright, well, let's take another look. Oh man, my back is killing me. Okay. Okay, those 6 screws, already took those out. And then those 3 screws, already took those out. Yep. Do I need to, I think I need to take off the, yeah. Stand, hard drive cage. It looks like it's just supposed to be 6 screws, but there's no way. They should put more words. Deep cool, y'all, everything flows over, everything's good. Can you remake this and put words in there? Because, like, I can read. I promise you. I have the ability. And I need your trust in me that I can read, and because the words help, they're how you say things. Words, they're how you say things. Come on, man. Because, like, it was supposed to be 6 screws, it said, to remove the motherboard tray. I was like, okay, no, it's still pulling on this. So I got these 3 screws there. And then I was like, oh, it's pulling on the bottom there. So I got those there. I think I need to take out the PSU shroud in order to remove the motherboard. That's what I need to do. So they basically didn't make it like a lot of other high-end cases that have a removable motherboard tray. They didn't make it easy to remove that as like a first step. It's like a last step. So we got to take it all apart. I got to take out the PSU bracket here because it said that before the pages. I just want you to be magnetic like this, okay? Why aren't you as good as this? You're just faster. Sorry, I'm getting a little annoyed. But like the whole thing about removing the motherboard tray is that you get to do your PC build in comfort. You just take it all out, you have it all out there, and then you slot it in, and then you connect your power supply cables and all that, right? This is not making that easy. It's not like that. So here after this, I would then remove the shroud here. See if we can do that easily enough. Okay, there's that screw. And these are all, thankfully, the same exact type of screw. Like that right there, that's a win. Take that any day. But I think there's something latched in mechanically with the motherboard tray that helps support the PSU shroud, and that's why it's not coming out until I remove. Great, guys. That's awesome. That's just... It just collapsed after I took out that one screw. I did say I like good design and engineering. That was a nightmare. And it's not like you guys were making fun of me for reading the manual, but there's nothing to read. It's just wordless pictures. You gotta put words in there, man. Like, talk to me. Anyway, that's cool. At least their paint is good. It doesn't seem like it got all scratched up. Yay for that, I guess. But there's our motherboard tray. So you're supposed to be able to basically make this into a dual chamber case by shifting this over somehow. I believe it flips something like that. I don't know if I want to do that. I think I just want to get this thing built and call it a night. I don't like, I can mess with that later, I guess, if I ever do, because that right there should have been way easier than it was. And I'm not saying that to be uppity or to be annoying about it. Other brands have done it to where it's like motherboard tray comes out and it is supported when it's in there. So that could have been done better, I think. There's a whole talk going on here that I'm not a part of, but okay. You guys do that. That's cool. Have you ever ventured into an HT PC setup? Kind of. I mean, it's a lot easier now than it used to be, I guess, but yeah. RTFM. Words cost money. Not damaging your stuff costs money. Sounds like a normal Amazon special manual. Well, no, but like they got a lot of pages in here and very detailed pictures, but like here's the problem with words. If you put words in the manual, you have to put them in many languages. That's the problem. So yes, actually, Broga, absolutely right. Words cost money. How entitled am I to be complaining about a free case? And it's not like I'm helping you guys by finding any issues with it, because right now you can't buy it anywhere. And also, just so you guys know, you guys have heard how many times I've criticized like a build from Skytech for a little thing that they did wrong or something like that, and then they go and change it. And we're still, you know, I still like them and they still like me. It doesn't matter whether I like somebody or not, though. If there's something that is deficient in some way, not only is it my job to say something about it, it is my compulsion as a human being. It is something that makes up the fiber of who I am to complain about stuff to you guys, especially when it's something that's like, this could have been better. It could have easily been better. Why wasn't it? Well, what bothers me is that tooling for something like this is extravagantly expensive. Fixing that tooling, nearly equally so. Not really, but still. This should have been a thing that like it wasn't being held in by that PC shroud. That's my opinion. It's my opinion, but I'm not an engineer. I'm not a designer, so I could be wrong about that. It's the same thing with the height cases and their stupid bottom filter. The bottom filter, the fact that you have to tilt over your extremely heavy, extremely expensive PC in order to clean your dust filter does not encourage good maintenance. You got to make it easy on them, and it's been for years that you know companies have been able to just set it up to where you pull it out from the side or from the front. You don't have to have fancy feet. I'd rather you have an accessible, easy to clean filter, and but no, they had to be different on that. And I criticized it in the Y60, and they didn't change anything in the Y40 or the Y70. They're just like, oh well. Batu down run. See, the thing is, there probably is. This is probably the PDF. It's probably just that in a long format. I couldn't see them right, but the thing is also, my bad that I haven't checked that. I don't know. But anyway, guys, here's a motherboard tray. That means we can do a lot of our build just right here like this. And then, yeah, we can kind of slot it in. Sort of. The problem is there's going to be no support for it when I put it in there. Let's just take this, put it aside. We're going to do our fans, I guess. So here's what we're looking at. These are the Trinity fans right here. And this is what I was thinking about putting on the radiator, because it is so simple to mount these on the radiator, because there's just going to be four screws to mount it to the radiator. You can see the appeal of that. But the fact that it's all a unibody means also less blowback, less leaking of air flow coming backwards. So that's good. I like that. And then I'm either going to do front intake fans and bottom intake fans or something, I guess. I don't know how I want to do this. Because on the PSU shroud, look at that. Now, this is a lot of material here. However, this is not nearly as blocked as, like, say, the Build Redux case that I just lambasted that time on that stream, on that unboxing stream. This is much better. It's much finer. It's not perfect. Like, I would probably just want to cut out a lot of this, but it is what it is. It's just extra airflow for your GPU. And then I can put the AX 140s on the front, 3 of those, and then 3 of the reverse flow ones on the bottom right here, facing up. But it's not going to be on the very bottom of the case. It's going to have to pull through the perforations down here. You see that? This thing is mesh everywhere. Now, I cannot, like, I ain't complaining about that. That's awesome. So I dropped a screw in there. Let's go ahead and get that out. Go 2 screws. Okay. So it's still going to be able to pull air through there. Not a problem. The other option, though, would be to do side intake with the RX 140s and put the power supply on the front. But the reason I'm thinking about not doing side intake is because I'm thinking of a way that I could mount this on the wall, and I'm probably going to do a reinforced, like, and when I say reinforced, I'm talking about a shelf that could support like 300 pounds. A reinforced shelf there with straps to keep it on the wall. And if I keep it close to the wall, it can't intake from the side. So front intake, bottom intake, top exhaust should do the job. I can add fans wherever I need to, and I think that's what I'm going to do because I need to get moving. I need to get this done. D-U-N, done. So let's see. We've got our cables for the Trinity fans right here going into this. That's RGB. That's an RGB splitter just for those. That's cool. There's a little fan hub right here, a very, very small one right there. Can you see that? It's like 1.5 inches long, about 1 inch wide. But yeah, this is interesting because, yeah, no, it is just the 2 cables for the Trinity fans, just the 2 cables, but there's like a splitter on it so that you can add other fans to it and everything can be run from that one hub. I don't see it as being necessary because I have the Asia Horse one. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and remove this, and it's just a couple screws there, a couple screws at the bottom, the whole thing will come out. Now, the downside to a case with so much mesh is that if you're not using part of it for intake or exhaust, you're kind of sacrificing. If you're trying to do positive or negative airflow pressure, you're sacrificing that because there's no. It's like it's not planned or something. I don't know. It's weird. If there was like a solid, there you are. If there was like a solid panel that a beauty panel that I could put in place, it wouldn't just be for beauty. It would also help with maintaining positive or negative pressure for your airflow. There you go. It's just these rails right here. So I can just take those off of this, mount this on the radiator, boom, done. Good to go. This is quite nice though. I gotta say, the Trinity fans are, let's go up here. The Trinity fans are quite nice. I like the aesthetic that they have. They also have these in white for their white cases, and their larger cases come with these included. But here's the kicker, and something that I was asking about over and over. Like, hey, any word yet? You can't buy these. You can't just buy the Trinity fans. Well, you can't buy any deep cool stuff now, but you couldn't buy these. And that seems like an awful waste to me because if I build a PC, I mean, you guys saw, I tried to make an effort to match all the fans up, and then the delivery got screwed up. But you cannot possibly match these fans. But they're kind of designed to look like the newer ARGB fans that you get from Deepcool. So it wouldn't be a travesty or anything, but still, that's annoying. I think that's annoying. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. That's it. We have freed them. 4 screws. So you see there's just 1, 2, 3, 4 holes on that, and it's very rigid, which is nice. I think these were really well designed. It's just a shame that they didn't have reverse flow. I mean, especially if you're putting it on the side intake like that and it's exhausting. Oops. Oh no, that's not what it's really, I mean, I don't know everything or nothing. I'm not claiming to, but I do know it's generally better to intake from the side. It's not going to be a deal breaker or anything, guys, but you know, I'm allowed to have standards. Even if they're unreasonable. Sorry, I'm just putting these back so I don't lose them or the screws or anything. But yeah, these are basically rails that have slots for screws, and you have 2 different positions. One position is for 120mm fans, the other is for the 140mm fans. It's pretty cool. It's good. I mean, it's not a new thing or anything, but I'm happy to see it here. And 1, 2. I will say they actually have these little, I'm going to show this on the top camera. They have these little ridges here, and I believe that comes all the way out to the side panel. Now where that helps is it's going to help from that blowback going throughout the case. So that's cool. And actually as exhaust, that would help it be effective, but we're not going to find out because I'm not going to run it that way. I guess that would bear some testing, I suppose, but I mean, it's hard to test when I don't have an alternative, like this is just the way it comes. I don't know. Honestly, this thing is not going to be that difficult to run cool. It'll run just fine. Kind of regardless of the airflow setup that I run it with, because you're talking about a really, a large heat spreader on there, but not a lot of cores. I think this thing's going to be easy to keep cool. I mean, I hope so, especially with a 420mm AIO. Like that for the 2920X is kind of overkill. Okay. So I'm going to take off the front panel because we're going to put fans up there. Is that permanent? No. No. Mesh filter right behind this other mesh, other more different mesh, and you cannot remove it. So if you clean this, can you? Okay, you can. You can. It's just going to be really hard. Okay, it didn't look like there were any screws or anything. You got to just kind of, you got to pry this out basically, but it does come out. That's good. I moved it and it shifted. I was going to be real disappointed if they pulled a height and made all their mesh just fixed in there. An idea. Put those on the front. I guess put those on the front. What would that mean? That would mean that I'd be putting the 3 exhaust fans, the Montec ones, on the AIO radiator. So top is going to have those fans, and have 3 of the reverse flow ones on the bottom. There you go. So the front of the case has a certain look to it, but the inside is all matching. You can do that. I think that would work. When you get and pick your shelf, link me that. I might want something like that. But for now, I need to get ready for work. All right, you got it. Thanks, Alucard, for hanging out. Appreciate it. E-Duck Gaming, hello, Braythorn. Ryzen 9 doesn't really mean anything because I don't know the generation. 64 gigs of, I mean, if it's 7950X, 7950X 3D, 5950X, I have no idea. So But yeah, you should be able to stream. Streaming on one PC is a lot easier than it used to be. It shouldn't be a problem at all. I mean, you can do that with like a Ryzen 5 3600 and a 1660 Super. You don't need to have the most insane PC of all time unless you're trying to do some crazy stuff with your stream. Okay, now if I'm gonna do this, I have to take the PSU. This thing I don't even need it because I'm putting the PSU in the bottom. So let's take this off. Sorry about the noise. This is really torqued on there, I guess. Not this. These things just never retain their magnetism. They started out with it, but it's not good enough for this. Not like the LTT screwdriver is. I'm not a fanboy, man. I know a good screwdriver when I use one, and it is the best. One good thing I have extras. Okay, so this is cool. This is just a PSU holder, PSU bracket that you can put on any of these rails anywhere you want. Really cool stuff. This thing is driving me. I don't know. The whole... The whole point of these microphones is that they're supposed to stay in a specific spot when you're being active, and this one doesn't do a good job of that. But it's a better capsule than on my other one that does stay in place. I'm gonna head out, my friends. See you Thursday. You got it, Angry Beaver. We'll see you then. Another build stream on Thursday. We're doing another one. That's gonna be the Corsair build kit. It should be a lot simpler than this, that's for sure. Probably should have done that one first, just so I'd be more set up for all this. Okay, if I'm putting the fans here, I think I need to flip these around. Let's see what it has to say in our little no word having picture book. I just know some of the people I know at Deep Cool are gonna watch. They might watch this and be like, "Dude, we didn't like what the heck? We tried." Yeah, I know. Y'all are going through enough already. I'm not trying to make it worse. That's for sure. Okay, that's what I was. This can fit 200 millimeter fans on the front. Oh man, I wish I had some to use right now. I love 200 millimeter fans, especially for a content creation or streaming PC because they move at a lower RPM yet still move a ton of air. That means they're quieter. But yeah, crazy. That's the top, bottom, front. Okay. Yeah, it just goes in like that. Okay. And F is for CF, 140 millimeter. Okay. I don't even need to move them. I can just put it in like this, and it's only 4 screws. Yeah, I think this will look good. There you go. And you know what? If it doesn't and I don't like it, I can just change it later because it's the Morpheus, baby. All right, there we go. Done. No, I'm not. I put it with the cables to the wrong side. What if I could just flip these over? I could probably just flip them over, but whatever. insane to do it like this. Stop falling! No, I don't want any more falling screws. I'll deal with it. Okay, all I had to do was pay attention. I would have noticed that I should put it in this way. I didn't, and I paid the price. There we go. I was gonna do this again. Thursday. I think it's one of their budget ones, so it's going to be probably 1080p gaming. Stupid question, what is a Threadripper? It's a certain type of high-end desktop processor from AMD. Threadripper is just the brand of it, the name of it. Intel Xeon. AMD Threadripper. Or like their X, Intel's X, whatever, you know what I mean. Extreme. Whatever. Man, they haven't had anything for HTPC in a long time. But HTPC is an entire category of PCs where it's very high-end, sometimes for prosumer, like someone who does a lot of video editing but isn't like a professional video editor or whatever, or they are one, but that's their home PC and not their workstation at work. But a lot of... Then you'll see Threadripper Pro, which is for workstations and stuff. And they're just next level. This Threadripper is like the entry level from 3 generations ago, but it's still going to make for, I think, an amazing streaming PC on a budget. So you can pretty much get this Threadripper CPU and motherboard for like $350 and has 64 lanes of PCIe Gen 3. So you can hook up tons of stuff in this PC for streaming or tons of storage for network storage. I'm going to be using it for both. All right. I think where I am. No, I think that I should get the motherboard installed on the motherboard tray. Get that ready to put in here. What I needed was time to figure out what I was going to do with the fans. That's what I needed, and I've got it figured out now. I'm thinking. Here's the fun thing. I think I might even have the rear fan as intake for now, because I have an extra reverse flow fan. It's going to look like normal though, but it'll just be a little bit more intake, and that goes directly over the VRM heat sinks and into the radiator. Why didn't I just think of that before? That's going to be great. Okay. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because this only uses one connector for PWM and for powering the fans and one connector for RGB. So this is like one fan right here. And then I have 2, 3, 4, 3 more fans on the top, 5, 6, 7, 3 more fans on the bottom, and then 1 on the back, 8. And I have a fan hub that can handle 9. So I think we're good. We're golden, everybody. Let's continue on. All right, let's get you out of the way for now. It's so much lighter like this. Why can't I just leave it like that? I do like to see an integrated GPU bracket. That's nice. I'm going to go ahead and lower that. I'm not putting the GPU on just yet, probably, but... Ooh, those thumbnails were on tight. Should be more than enough for now. Just know that GPU ain't sagging. Watch me be wrong. We shall see. Dude, I had this place so clean, and it's a freaking mess right now. Hate that. And I'm exhausted at the end of these, so I don't just start cleaning up right away. sounds badass, doesn't it? Threadripper. Threadripper. I can't actually hear what that sounded like, so I hope it sounded good. Checked and it's AMD 7900X 12 core. Yeah, that's perfectly capable of streaming and gaming. Yeah. You get a separate stream PC if you want to separate those things. Generally, you don't need to. Yeah, I'd like to see it. It's too bad my camera angle is a little high for that, but I think you guys will be okay. Let's just lower this down some. And I can actually, if I really, really want to, do this. There we go. Now I can sit, relax my back a little bit, and work. Let's get a little more saturation. Let's lower the gamma a little bit. No, not that. Was looking a little weird, but yeah, that's fine. Let's go ahead and do this peel right here, because it can be hard to do once it's in the case. Well, that is the worst peel I've ever had to do, because this plastic has been on here for many years, so it's not going to come off easily. I don't think I can use the, yep, I can't use this. Because it's EATX, it just wants to bump into that. I actually have to remove the GPU retention, or the GPU support bracket. Oh well, it would have been nice, but it doesn't have to be a thing. So EATX is not an actual standardized motherboard form factor. EATX is just like, it's the same height as ATX, but it's like wider a lot or a little. No idea. Charles Marine just gave away my Lenovo AMD 55,000 series laptop. Wow. Or 5,000 series laptop. Or 5,500. Okay. Very cool. Got a Galaxy at... I cannot follow along with you guys. Oh, Galaxy. You're talking about a... Okay. I'm not cool enough to know that stuff. Alright. Please just stay in place. I need you to be a good microphone. Okay. So now I can mount this in here. Just kind of ease that into here. Wait, are we missing one? No, it's there. The problem with the motherboard being out of the case is that it's not reinforced here. So I could be mounting this improperly and I wouldn't know because it just wants to bend out of the way. Okay, well, it'll have to do, I guess. Yeah, that's not sitting right. There we go. None of that it'll have to do stuff. I just needed to fiddle with it a little bit more. Don't tighten that all the way, not until you've got more of them in place. You might have to twist it a little bit, but no. We're good. We are good. We're so good. Hell yeah. Getting a little worried there for a second. Little bit short for that. That's what this guy's for. There we go. Yeah, for that one, I'd like to have the magnetism, but it's going to be tough. Oh well. I ain't helping. Let's just use this guy. I can at least tilt this one a little bit. Perfect. I don't know if it's driving anyone else crazy that that's crooked. Sorry about that. So here's a question. Should I hook up the power supply and try booting this thing now? Like after I get the maybe the cooler on there? It can even run without the cooler just to see if we posts. I don't know. It might be a good idea to do that. Or we can just say, F it, let's just keep going. I'm down to just keep going. But what do you guys think? All right. It's nice and solid there. Either you trust it or you don't. Keep going. What if I don't? This has been sitting for 6 or 7 years. It's a long time. Looks good? Good. So, for the cooler, there's this bracket right here, and I believe this should just fit right onto the Corsair CPU block. Let's just test that theory real quick. Man, this feels so solid now. Love that. Now, I want you guys to know the fact that I'm like, sorry, one second. The fact that I'm using a Corsair cooler it's not the option I would have chosen at first. This is a brand new H170i Elite LCD. That's a nice, expensive cooler, very expensive. But I didn't choose it. It's just the one that PC World happened to have that would work for socket TR4. So yeah, well, it looks like it might have. Yeah, it has its own brackets here. It's got its own. Looks like so. I don't know if you'll be able to see this. It's upside down. But there's a little pictogram about all the little things that are included. And right here, you can see that there's something that has that shape of two holes that are closer together, two that are wider apart. That looks like TR4. Okay, where does it tell me to open this thing? Ah, there we go. Okay. Hoping the fans aren't already installed on the radiator. That's usually a premium kind of thing you'll see. That's kind of nice. But safety and warranty. Usually I think it's kind of nice, but I'm happy to say it looks like they are not. Awesome. Cool. We're just going to get this thing prepped for installation as I am evaluating what it needs, what it doesn't need. It's a real shame to not be able to use these fans just because they use a proprietary hub and all that. I'm still going to have to put the hub in there. So there's that. Oh, the cover for the pre-applied thermal paste came off. It's still on there. It just came off in the bag right now. I was about to put this thing down and I was about to have a real bad time. Thermal paste is something you don't want to get it on your clothes. You don't want to ingest it ever. Do not eat the thermal paste, everybody. I know it looks tasty. It doesn't come out of your clothes very easily at all. Like, that's an understatement, actually. And of course, that's our screen. It just pops right off. This is why you're able to replace these or get upgrades if you have a cooler that can accommodate it, but doesn't have it. Because all of their CPU blocks are now pretty much like this, where it has that plug there. So you can take one that doesn't have the LCD and buy the LCD by itself if they have it in stock, which they rarely do. And here we're going to have our different mounting brackets and hardware. And they're going to be labeled. TR4 retention. That's what we need. All the rest can go right back in here. Now, also, here's another question. Do we use the included thermal paste? There's our hub. This is not, I don't think this is the new one. Yeah, the new one's much smaller. This is our older one, but still, I just need this to run the CPU block, basically, and to power the pump. That's all I need it for, really. And this is a USB splitter, so a USB 2.0 splitter, which is nice that they send this because they know that they usually require far too many of those. Because this itself needs that USB 2.0. And then the, yeah, that's what runs everything pretty much. So, and if, you might have other stuff that requires it as well. And it can you can very easily run out. It's been so long since I've done a build stream. I'm out of sorts. Like, I'm just trying to get a feel for it again. And I talk so much, it's kind of a problem, that I have to remind myself, like, dude, you are going to be here until 4 in the morning if you don't get a move on. What time is it right now? 11:06. I don't think we'll be able to finish. Well, I won't finish by midnight. I'll be streaming past midnight, but yeah. Give the fans to me, Bray. Crash, without this, which I need, you can't use them unless you buy a whole hub, which you might as well just buy cheaper fans if you're spending the money on something like that, because then you don't have to worry about running IQ. IQ is okay, but it's a lot like, it reminds me of Armory Crate, where it tries to do too much. If I just want to change my fan curves and adjust my RGB, I shouldn't have to have something that I have to sign into. Good Lord. No. That's so annoying. And they're not the only ones that do that, but obviously. Anyway, so now I'm just going to put the fans on here. I got to figure out how I want to do this. Just visualizing how it's going to be. I could put the tubes to the back or to the front. I think usually you'll see them on the front. Yeah, tubes in the front is fine. So I'm just going to install these. That was loud, sorry. I'm going to install these fans now. Wherever they may be. Here we go. 1, 2, 3 AX 140s. If it says AX 140 on these, it means it's the standard airflow. It's not reversed. RX 140s or 120s are the reverse airflow versions. That's the one you want if that's what you're doing. The downside to these is the fact that they're not perfectly square and flush against the radiator. So that means that they're not going to be as well sealed with the radiator. But that's okay. Again, this is overkill for the CPU. I really do feel that way. So since I know that this is going to be along, like, imagine this is the top of the case and the rest of it's down here. So facing downwards, right? If this is going this way, that means I want the fans to have their cables towards the back. See that? So if the cables are there, it's going to go in like that. So the cables are towards the back of the case for cable management purposes. I probably should have gotten the screws that I need out of this box, and I didn't do that. And I have regrets about this, but we will remedy that presently. Where's the hardware? Where is the rest of it? Where's my hardware? Yeah, there doesn't seem to be radiator screws in here. Like the long ones, low. I should have some around. I'd have to find them. But I should have some that I can use. Oh, wait. They're way down in this pocket right here. Yeah. There we go. I didn't need that tonight. I didn't need that feeling of alarm and unease. So let me see what y'all but it goes great with fries. Do not eat the thermal paste, Igor. Use better thermal paste. The Threadripper might do better if you spread it on. I'm not overclocking this thing. I'm barely going to stress this thing. Streaming is going to be the most it's going to do. And yeah, 11 p.m. Static pressure. Make sure fan thickness is the same. If not, screws can puncture radiator. They're in the box. Thank you. Jurneka, yo, long time. You're building PC now? Neat. Yep. I'm doing another one on Thursday. I'm gonna eyeball it. It's be fine. Besides, there should be 2 different lengths of. Boy, oh boy, that's great. There should be 2 different lengths of these. One for if you're putting it through a bracket to install them, and one for if you're not. I don't know. Well, let's eyeball this. It's not bad, but it's a little bit long. Thankfully, they have spacers included. So put a spacer there. And that is just about the exact depth we need. Okay. I remember being like, oh, I want to use the other ones on this because then I only have to put in 4 screws. And I think fondly back to those days where I was so foolish, so young. Just making sure I'm not getting longer screws here than necessary. But it looks like they're all uniform length. That's interesting. Yeah, okay. I'm also going to be careful with this. I'm not going to use my 12 volt for this. I'm going to be slow and steady. Make sure I don't feel any resistance. I will say these have really nice anti-vibration sleeves on them. I'll have to show y'all. These don't feel bad, not at all. They also don't need to be screwed down really tightly. They're not going to get a perfect seal anyway. So, but these are the type of fan blade profile that is meant to be sort of the multi-use kind of fan. It's been a long time since there was this obsession in the industry with some fans are great for static pressure, some fans are great for airflow. Instead, now you just get fans that are kind of a jack of all trades but a master of none. Whereas some brands will still make high static pressure fans on purpose. Like they'll make a distinction between the two. And you'll see that in like the names. It'll be like A or S. There'll be an A or an S in there. And the A is for airflow, the S is for static pressure. There we go. Never felt any resistance other than the rubber here. I'll show you what that looks like here in a second. I think I could adjust the gamma a little bit just to make this a little bit more visible. Filters. Color correction. It's a little bright, but now this is way more visible, and that's preferable to me. Okay, let me show you another one of these just so you can see what I'm talking about. There you go. Our Zydax PCs, good. Their PCs are fine. I have questions about their customer service though. So I haven't been recommending them because they have instilled some doubt in me by not taking care of a customer to the extent that the customer was threatening legal to pursue legal means to get what they needed. And it was only when I intervened that they helped this person out. So that I will do that for you guys any day. I will help you guys. I'll intervene for you if I can at any point. I should never, ever, ever have to, but I'll do it. This is what I'm talking about with the rubber sleeves on there. If you can see that. You see those? They're very nice, very soft but strong rubber. Not very soft actually, but they have enough give for anti-vibration. I think these really feel nice. Now, but you can see why they did regular flow and reverse flow fans. They put zero effort into the aesthetics of the rear here. It's all about the front there. And on the reverse flow fans, it's going to look just as nice. You just need to make sure, that you know which ones are going where to design your airflow path and all that. I wonder if there's anybody from Corsair or Corsair fanboy watching being like, no, how could you put Montech fans on an H170i LCD? How could you? How could you? It's very not cultured of you. Well, it's not. Right about that. If I don't have to install IQ, I ain't got it. I use Noctua fans on my AIO. So does ASUS, actually. Fan on wrong. Yeah, it's supposed to be like this one. Thank you for the heads up before I fully installed it. You're the man. Thank you. Wire would be a pain, indeed. So would you recommend me buying one? Mito Vlogs, buying your PC is only a part of it. Owning it and getting good customer service is gonna be what you're doing for most of the time you have your PC. The majority of it. If I say a place doesn't have very good customer service, that's me saying no, I don't recommend them right now. They need to figure their stuff out, get it fixed, figure out their processes, whatever, with customer service before I'm gonna recommend them again. But I'm not doing a PC matchmaking stream right now. Those aren't going to start back up. I don't recommend you buy anything from anybody right now. You can wait 8 days until Ryzen 9000 reviews come out, and then you'll find out what the better investment you can make is. 8 days is nothing. You're going to have your PC for years. Be patient. Wait until the 31st. Come back here, because I'm going to be reviewing a Ryzen 9000 and testing a Ryzen 9000 series CPU in a system from a system integrator. Even told us, make sure, and did it wrong. Lol. Do as I say, not as I do. Why is that why is that a cliche? Because it has a lot of truth in it. Most cliches do. Most turns of phrase, popular turns of phrase, are popular because many people have meant it at one time or another. For anyone out there who has built PCs before and is very smug right now, and anytime I make a mistake, particularly for those of you who have never streamed while doing it, I invite you to try entertaining people and talking to people and reading chat, and watching your audio levels and making sure your cameras have battery and all of these things while also building a PC, and then see if you feel as smug afterwards. I will not be like, oh, I didn't make a mistake. Oh, yeah, I screwed up. Thank you, Igor, for showing me my error. And, yeah, I made a mistake. But, lol. You're not wrong, though. I did say to be sure, and then I did it wrong. Lol. Fans can be the biggest pain in a build. It's all right. This one's not seated. I don't know. So I need to try shifting. There we go. Just need to be shifted over a bit. This is why you don't put in one screw, tighten it all the way. Try to put in another screw, tighten it all the way. Don't tighten your screws all the way. At least not until you have like 2 or 3 in there, I guess. And, building PC at hardcore difficulty. Yeah. I mean, if you can multitask, it's not a problem. But you will make a little slip up now and then. And I'm human, it happens. I remember I was doing one of my first PC builds on camera, and it was a if you go back, it was on Blaston's channel, I think, or was it on Team Excluded's channel? I don't remember. I think it was Blaston's channel. But if you watched, we did a case migration, a case swap, and I put the power supply in with the fan facing inwards to a piece of metal, the motherboard tray, and Blaston was like, "Hey, you got that backwards." I was like, "Oh, yep, I sure did." Because I was talking and yapping. I yap a lot. All right. I think that looks pretty damn good. I'm not going to lie. That looks pretty nice. This one's still loose. I was visually inspecting it, and it was still loose. I guess we'll see when I turn this on. If it rains down a bunch of liquid, then yeah, I'd puncture the radiator. But I doubt that happened because it ain't leaking right now, is it? Nope. Go get some paper towels. I'm kidding. No, it's not leaking. We're good. So yeah, this is indeed the reverse flow version of that. And it was supposed to be 6 reverse flow, 1 normal flow for the rear exhaust. But we're apparently doing rear intake, and why not? I think it's going to be fine. But you can kind of see why these are like 12 or 13 bucks a piece. And yeah, they're really inexpensive. There's no daisy chaining. There's no daisy chaining here. There's no clicking them together like Unifans. Those things cost 3 times the price, 4 times the price. So yeah, this is much cheaper, but it's a fan. It's got blades. They spin. That's the main thing we need. I need to not knock that over. I might do it anyway, but I'll try not to. So, oh, actually, no, I'm not going to do that because of the thermal paste. Yeah, so I might just leave the stock thermal paste on there. Why would I do that? Well, because, again, yes, it's Threadripper. It's also the dinkiest Threadripper that ever existed. The 12-core 2920X. That thing does not get that hot. Although, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, thermal management is actually a little easier on the Threadrippers with more cores because the heat is more evenly spread across the IHS. It's not just like 2 CCDs. It's like 4 or whatever. So, what do I have? Let me see what I have for thermal pastes. I've been meaning to order a big, I wanted to get a big tube of KPX. I really like KPX. I like the consistency of it. Cryonot's awesome, and it's worked great for me. But I was wanting to switch to KPX ever since Falcon Northwest sent me this tiny, tiny tube of KPX, and I loved it. But I've got, yeah, there's a good amount of Cryonot in here. I've got some Thermalrite, cheap stuff. I think I'll go with a... Yeah, I think I'll go with a Thermal Grizzly. The problem is this. The IHS for Threadripper is massive, and there are very, very few coolers that actually are similar in size on the cold plate. This is basically going to cool the center of the IHS, where most of the action's happening, most of the heat happens. It's very normal. But I was thinking, I have the that material, what is it? Like, I don't know if it was a 3M stuff or whatever, that they sell on lttstore.com now, which it's a phase change material that they have, and I bought that. I would love to use that for this build. Like, I would love to use that for this build, but you're supposed to refrigerate it before using it. I didn't do that. I forgot about that. A little upsetty spaghetti right now. So you're going to stream showcasing a new PC, right? Because this is my first time building PC. Sorry, I ask a lot of questions. It's okay. You ask questions. It's fine. Can't always answer them, but yeah. All right, well, thank you. I'm trying to get one. Like I got to Egypt because I will live there, and I'm going to Egypt in December, so I'll wait and I will watch you. Okay, I don't cover any. I don't know of any SIs in Egypt, but very interesting. Might be easier for you to bring a PC there. You're going to want to look that up. You're going to want to research whether it's easier to buy a PC there or import one with you. but you may have to pay some duties, you may have to pay money in order to get it into the country. Let's keep these here. I don't think I have enough KPX left, this is all I've got left. So that's really not much at all. So it's going to have to be probably the Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut. If I change the thermal paste, I might just leave what's on there. We'll see how it performs. I think it'll be a fun test if we just see how it performs with what's already on there. And I promise, I'm not just being lazy when I say that. As far as you know. This looks different, so we fix it. All right, now I get to sit down while I do this, which is great, let me tell you. I'll clean it up later. Hey, you should clean up while you go. Clean up as you go when you're doing a build. Shut up. Shut up, me. All right, this makes it easier. So we're going to install the bottom fans on here. That is the PSU shroud. And this is the top of it. Crap, where does it go like that? Yeah, I think it goes like that. Yes, it goes like this. So this is the back of the case. This is the front. So I can get 3 of these and install them thusly. Cryo sheet, that's the stuff. The cryo sheet is the Thermal Grizzly one, though. I was thinking about the one that Linus LTT Store has now, and they did a whole video on it. It was really cool. Are you real? Can you? Thank you. All right. So with this, we're gonna, here, I guess I should do the, there we go. So with this goes to the back of the case, so we want our cables going backwards. But as you can see, with the pitch of these blades and the fact that it turns this way, it is going to scoop air up. So this is a reverse flow fan. And it's gonna look really nice here. But we wanna have the cables going towards the back here. And I can't wait to find out that I had that wrong so that I have to redo these. That'd be great. All right, so we're gonna do, there we go. Sounds nice. I'm going to do this a little bit differently from how I just did it before. And where are the... They're right here. I got it. I'm not really showing this, am I? My bad. There we go. That's actually helpful. So I'm keeping all of these loose as I go. And I have these kinds of fan screws in my box over here, but that's a lot easier to keep together than a bunch of these little packs. So I'd rather just use the fans that come with each individual fan, because I'm not going to want to keep track of all those little baggies. I don't want to open them all up just to consolidate them all. I'll just use them. It's great. it's kind of it beggars belief, I should say, that I actually competed in a speed building contest at Computex. And not only did I compete, I did pretty good. When this is how I prefer building, I like to just take my time. Even when I'm live, even when y'all are waiting on me, I'm sorry. Even taking my time, I'll make a mistake here and there, you know? I think this is going to look sick. It's going to be great. All right? It's going to be fantastic. Can't wait. So I'm basically just starting all these screws to where they bite. And I'm just going to go over it with my my Bosch. Oh, that's catching on my jacket, isn't it? Sorry. Okay, great. I'm basically going to go over it with my hand drill, my Bosch 12 volt at a decently low torque, and that'll just make this that makes it a little bit quicker. See, I can just hold it. It's not too much torque there. And let's just... Actually, I'm going to lower that even more. There we go. Just like that. All right. Really? You do that to me? Okay. So that's going to be a lot of cables to connect. It's going to be a grand old time. So why don't I go ahead and try to manage these a little bit right now, because I've already got these holes here. That one's just falling out, isn't it? Just keep that a little loose. Go ahead and pass these through. There we go. And then, once I have done so, make sure all of these are even on the tightness there. There we go. Neat. That looks really nice and clean. You know what we never did? I never showed you guys what was in this box right here, which is what came with the Morpheus. So this is what comes with a Morpheus. Let's take a quick look in here. I am not, but there's no way in hell you're gonna get me to do a. Oh no, that's for the motherboard. Where's the one for the Morpheus? It's the brown box. Okay, that's for the motherboard. Anyways. There you are. This is what came with the Morpheus. Oh my God. This microphone is driving me out of my mind. I don't like the way it's rattling around in there. I wish they had packed this with some foam to sort of like, or something. Whatever is rattling around needs to not rattle. That'd be cool. Because it's banging up against other stuff. But whatever. Let's see what's in here. So this is the back piece to do a dual chamber setup, a dual chamber case. Yeah, actually I have it upside down. So there. So that moves the motherboard tray over to here, and you lose some of your depth here, but then you can basically put a power supply back here, and that should fit. Is that right? That looks a little small for that. But yeah, supposedly you're supposed to be able to do that. I guess. Yeah. So there's your motherboard I/O. There's all your PCIe slots right there. And then this is supposed to fit a power supply, I guess. Yes. Let's see. Let's find out. This is the power supply bracket. What the heck? How's that supposed to work? Or maybe there's a different bracket for it. Actually, I think so. It was this. Wherever it is. I don't know. Yeah, this guy. I guess there's still a little space here on the side. So yeah, I guess that's supposed to fit in there. I'm not here looking at the manual. I should be, but I didn't. So yeah, it goes somewhere. It does something. So that's what that is. And then you got underneath that, this is going to be your vertical bracket for the vertical GPU. These, I believe, are for when you want to relocate certain things. I'm sure it says in the manual what each of these is. Like this, like right here. I don't know. That doesn't fit there. I don't know what it is. It's a thing. There's more pieces to make this more modular. That's what it is. And then you've got your PCIe Gen 4 riser cable included with it. That goes to this. One of these is going to be for your GPU. Some of these are probably for putting your GPU there. I don't know. This is why I read the manual, guys. I can't just like divine what these things do. But yeah, I know what this does. And that's your GPU riser cable. I did it. Yay. If I were doing like an actual review of this case, I would have this information ready and at hand. At this point, at this juncture, I cannot review this case. Like I literally can't do it. So this will have to do. You see the pieces. There's the pieces. They can do this stuff. I just realized I hadn't done that at all. So yeah. But you can see why. It's those flat pieces that are just sliding around. They should be wrapped in some plastic or something. It's not great. It's not great. But they don't seem to have been damaged for it, so it's okay, I guess. That must be upside down, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. This case was not meant to be used for a Threadripper build or a streaming build. If it wasn't, and if I was using it for just like a gaming build or something like that, I might want to use that vertical GPU bracket. It's very cool that it's included, and a decent PCIe Gen 4 riser cable is not cheap. They can run you like $70, and at times it depends on which ones you get. So that's definitely part of the cost, and it feels bad, man. Feels bad, man, to not use something that essentially you paid for. You know what I mean? But yeah. All right, we're going to start integrating this thing together. I get it, like system integrators, integrate systems. Right, but that's what we're doing. This is for the power supply. Let me get this mounted to the power supply right here. That means we got to look at the power supply. Let's do that. Oh, I'm going to need that, actually. Am going to need this. Ah, this thing is heavy. Whenever I see a power supply manufacturer doing the cybernetics certification and getting a really good score, I find that very gratifying. Now I just feel bad about it. Now I just wish that there were no issues with it, because with you know, the stuff going on, because I want to encourage that kind of thing. Getting things properly certified and all that. Cybernetics certifications are very different from your standard just 80 plus certification. 80 plus certification, when you see something as 80 plus gold, that doesn't mean it's like better quality as in how reliable it is. All it has to do with is efficiency. 80 plus gold, that as a rating, for example, means that at 50% load, under 50% load, it is 90% efficient. That's all it takes to get 80 plus gold, okay? So cybernetics, though, is different. They test more things, so I want to see more of that. Oh, boy. And this one is 80 plus platinum and has a platinum cybernetics rating. Like, that's crazy. You know what? You're just getting out of there. There we go. I feel bad because, I mean, I like these. I wish I could recommend them, but you can't even buy them right now. But if everything gets sorted out, we can go right back to, you know, getting stuff from Deepcool, and because, I mean, they were really making moves, man. They in terms of the North American market, the stuff they were coming out with, how competitive they were. It was really good. And I want to see that continue. There we go. Just goes right like that. Okay. Oh, they're going to be in here, I guess. But again, look at this thing, man. Freaking sick. 12 VH PWR right there. Now it's 12V 2x6 or 6x2, whichever it is. That's what you actually want to see now. But these came out before that was becoming a standard. So you have your power supply tester thing. Also helps with filling loops, if I'm not mistaken. Need to get some liquid in here. 1 second. Ugh, thirsty. Want to see somebody vertical mount a Quadro? Sure, if that's what you're into. He has a build page to help you do just that. What? Okay. Mito Vlogs. My content primarily focuses on pre-builts. People looking for a PC that's going to be built for them or is already built. I don't really do much content to build a PC yourself. These streams are more for fun, usually with me doing it. Yeah, my streams are mostly me helping someone find either a parts list to do a DIY build if that's what they want to do, or to help them find the right pre-built for them. Okay. All right, Michael Perriton, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. And also, you said, how long should I wait? You need to at least wait until the 31st. That's when we're going to get the third-party reviews on 9000 series Ryzen. That's what you want. You want third-party reviews. You want to get impartial, thorough testing from someone who doesn't work at that company at AMD. And that's what you're going to see on the 31st, 6 a.m. The embargo lifts. I'm going to be streaming pretty well after that. But I'm gonna aim for like 5 p.m. Central, guys, just to let you know. I can't have it go this crazy late every time. I'm thinking Thursday stream's probably gonna start a little early as well. I'm gonna try to shoot for 6, but it's questionable. We'll see what we can do. Crazy cool, what's up? Welcome. Missed one. You left out a part. Did I leave out a part? What part did I leave out? Oh God, we're getting bots again. What's wrong with these people? At least, you know, the thing is, the reason it's not super urgent to ban bots like that is that I block links, so they can't do anything harmful. In fact, they don't say anything other than just best viewers on, cheap viewers on. I don't need extra viewers, man. Y'all are already too much for me. Best viewers. Y'all are already the best viewers. It's like they can't tell when they get here. Oh, I don't even need to talk to this guy. He's already got the best viewers. What would I even say? Bray, I will pay $40 for an electric indigo water bottle with RGB on it. Well, I don't have that, and I don't know if I can make that. They come in black or white. Like, I can't tell Fourth Wall what to make. Well, that could have gone better. Did I open this myself? I think I opened this myself, so that I opened the plastic there like a while back. So, oops. Everything came tumbling down. So we have in here some zip tie, some Velcro straps right there. Neat. We have our screws, which is what I needed. And I can go and attach that right there, and then attach this to the case. And then we have all of our cables, and we need to figure out what we need to plug in exactly. I hate to say it, but I think I'm going to go ahead and connect that Molex on the bottom of the motherboard. So I'm going to need a Molex connector at least. But yeah, let's put these aside for now. Try to keep your view clean here. Line up those holes, which is good because it's kind of keyed because you have these kind of out of place there. It's funny because I say I do these for fun, but then I'm always like doing semi-instructional stuff as I go. I can't help but just talk like that. If I'm doing something and people are watching me do the thing, I'll say how to do it, I guess. Which 9000 series will you have that day? It's going to be a 9700X, and I'm going to test it versus a 7700X, and maybe, if I can pull it out of the PC I have it in, a 7800X 3D. But I think we all know how that's going to go. Unless AMD is able to get their BIOS out that will raise the TDP from 65 watts to, I think, 130, 135 watts, something like that. Because they understand it's not going to compete with their current champ, the 7800X 3D. The champion in gaming performance per dollar is the 7800X 3D, period. Especially with the prices dropping on it. Like, good Lord. Prices are dropping on the 7800X 3D as if a new X3D chip is coming out. It's not, but don't tell retailers that, okay? Don't tell them that. There you go. Nice and strong. There it is. If you're curious about the fine print on this thing, here you go. You can see rails and, you know, like kind of voltages and all that. There you go. It does have a hybrid mode, which is going to be quieter, where it's going to sometimes not run the fan. And of course, your power switch is back here. Leave that in the 0 position until you have this fully plugged into both the wall and here. Then flip that when you're turning on your PC. Okay, got our power cable as well. Let's go ahead and figure out what we need to connect to this so that we just have everything already connected, okay? All of our CPU and PCIe are here. We're not going to use 12VH PWR because we're not using an NVIDIA graphics card. So we're going to need, I think, 2 of these for the GPU. And then we need 2 of them for the motherboard, 2 CPU cables for the motherboard. We have our motherboard 24-pin here, and then we have our peripheral IDE/SATA. IDE? IDE. I ain't using no IDE cables in this, but okay. So here we have our our 24-pin cable here. So we're going to need that. We have our... That's caught on that, isn't it? There we go. So this, when you see the cable is 6 and 2 right there, that's usually your PCIe for the GPU, but also it just says on the side PCIe. And so this is another one of those. So now we have our 2 PCIe cables for the 7900 XTX. I don't think it uses 3, so that should be all we need. And now, I don't think there's any need at all to run both of the CPU power cables right here, which I'm going to show you a little closer just so that it shows the printing on the side there. I don't think we're going to need 2 of these, but I'm going to go ahead and put them both on there. Why not? Some Threadrippers are very power-hungry CPUs. The 12-core won't be, I don't think. So we need this SATA power cable here with multiple SATA power connections on it. And then we need, unfortunately, this Molex one here with the 4-pin Molex connector. So there. We are not using 12VH PWR, so that's not going to be necessary. Was there anything else? That's pretty much it. We don't need more PCIe. We don't need more SATA. This should do the job. I might just connect both SATA ones just in case, because I want to, in the future, add a lot more storage. So I'm going to go ahead and have SATA ready to go. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll just tuck it away until it is needed. I love 12VH got color coded. Hopefully less GPU connectors being fried. Yeah, I mean, AB2, that's the thing, is like, that's why the 12V 2x6 or 6x2 or whatever it is, that's supposed to be great because it won't even work unless it's fully seated. The problem with 12VH PWR is that it works when it's not fully seated. But then it can, if your ground is not solid, I mean, you're going to have problems. Have a good night, Crash. Thanks for hanging out. Not always needed, but if you have it, use it. Yep. And this way I don't have to pull out the power supply to properly seat the cables here. But we're going to go ahead and start with the 24-pin motherboard connector here. And you want to have these click in. And if you want, you can give them a tug. Make sure they don't come out. Just give it a little push back to make sure that it's not even loose in the slightest. But yeah, these click in really nice. So not worried about that too much. Then we're going to have our... Where was my... didn't I only get one CPU cable? Because I wanted to get 2. It is not necessary to run both of those, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. Do it. Do it. There we go. That's 2 CPU cables here. So we're going to go ahead and connect. One. That one is CPU. Yep. So we'll put the other CPU one right next to it. Right here. Two. And we have our PCIe cables for the GPU. I think I'm actually, just in case, I know I'm only going to need 2 of these CPU cables. I'm going to put these on the bottom 2 that are kind of isolated in case it, I'm pretty sure the 7900 XTX, the AMD version, only needs 2 8-pin power connectors, but still, in case I need to add a third, I'd rather not have them right next to each other or mix them up like that. Okay, that is 1 PCIe. I'm so tempted to just get out my flush cutters and just cut these things, but no, it's okay. And 2 PCIe. There we go. We are connecting a lot of these, and if you're setting up just a gaming PC and you have a fully modular power supply, you're going to find that you barely use any of these. You're really just going to use 24-pin, whatever, if 12VH PWR or whatever, or PCIe 8-pin, and then your, EPS CPU power connector. That's it. I'm going to go ahead and have one of these unraveled to actually use it for the SATA drive, and probably, I think, for the controller, for the hub, for the cooler. needs one, I believe. The other one I'm going to leave wrapped up, I guess. Yeah, I'm just going to connect it on this end here. Let me just get that connector out and then rewrap it, so it's easy to reach. There we go. I'm blocking what I'm doing here. Sorry. I do not envy Cuddles having to watch all of this and edit it. Sorry, Cuds. And then we need one more. That's our Molex. It's right here. I hate Molex connectors. They shouldn't be used anymore, but what can I say? This is a 6 or 7 year old motherboard. And also a lot of devices still use Molex. So there. All right, so then we just can kind of gather this all together here, and we'll just feed it through the back of the case and then secure this, and our power supply is all set so that we can connect it to the motherboard, which is right over here, and I'm about to grab it because I got one more thing to do here. Should I put the fan on the rear now, or should I wait till it's in the case? Probably wait till it's in the case. That way I don't have to worry about pinching any cables or anything while I'm putting this back in the case, because we know that's not a simple operation. So let's go ahead and wait on that. I'll go ahead and grab the case, put it up here, and then we can get towards the end of this build, finally. Let me put away all this crap. Oh no, I'm gonna need some of these screws, right? Yes, I'm gonna need some of these. Four. 1, 2. Just making sure I have all the screws and washers I need to mount the cooler to the case. And that should do it. I cannot stress enough, guys. Sorry, you probably couldn't see anything I was doing. I cannot stress enough that when you buy a CPU cooler and you have hardware left over, anything like that, you take that and you put it in the box. I have so many little spacers and like screws and things like that that are specific to a certain cooler and socket type, and I have no idea what they go to because they're not labeled like that. They're labeled on these stupid little baggies that you throw away. And oops, double oops, I guess. All right. Oh my God, my back is really slowing me down. I apologize for that. Also, I don't need you. I've already got a power cable. I will say, for a double platinum power supply, I would have liked to see a zip-up baggie for this, like a lot of them do, or at least a fabric one or something. Not just like that. That's kind of... That's one of the ways that you know, it costs you less. You know, they'll charge you less because of that. But it's kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. What happened to my foams? I don't know. Ah, there they are. It's okay, it was just a screwdriver. So with this, I now know that I have everything I could possibly need to pack this thing up if I needed to send it in for an RMA. And that's for any brand. Keep your packaging. You know, if you have some, think of it this way, okay? I always suggest that you guys keep your box for your PC when you order a pre-built, right? So if you're building a PC, you still have the case box. Take all the smaller boxes and put them in there. So you basically have one box with everything in it. All of that stuff. Throw your receipts in there. All of that. Shipping invoices, things like that, or whatever. Your shipping receipts, things like that. Keep it all in one box, and don't put that box where it's going to get wet and destroyed. Put it in, a nice dry space. So when you have to move or store your PC for whatever reason, or anything, you're going to move to another apartment, another house, whatever, you have the proper box for moving it. And if you need to ship back anything for an RMA, you have the box for each individual component. If you're getting it pre-built, you're not going to have all those boxes unless you get from a company that specifically sends them, like Phoenix PC. And not many do. They're pretty unique in that. That's kind of their thing. Okay. We're getting there, everybody. It's time for final assembly, I guess. Listen, I know it's a mess here. Okay, sometimes the best food comes out of a messy kitchen. I think I'll go back to the main view here for this part. Breathen, what's this case again? Well, you can't really buy it. It's a Deep Cool Morpheus. When I say stuff like that, it's more of a general rule rather than for this specific case. Not always needed, but if you have to use it, yep. Posture check. Thank you, Beast Gaming. I know my posture is bad because my back already hurts, and it's hard to maintain good posture when your back is killing you. Also, my ear hurts because this thing is not comfortable for wear for like a long period of time, but I also probably have it adjusted improperly, and that's no good. Okay, well. Hello. Hi. All right. Is that gonna hit? Yes, it's gonna hit. This thing is getting on my nerves. I don't know where to put it. Stop dragging things. Okay. That's a little bit annoying. You just go right there. Don't hit my keyboard, right? It freaking logs off it like ends the stream. Just trying to arrange everything so that I can power through this and get it done. And we're not here all night into the morning. Not any more than we already have been anyway. Okay. You'll see at least what I'm doing there. Yes. Okay, these are the front fans. I'm just routing these through the side here. I don't know if that actually is there room for these cables. That isn't right. I kind of wish I'd set this up as a dual chamber, but whatever, I guess. Now, I think I'll run these up. Run these up, because all these other cables go up and side here. We'll just run it along with that. I guess I'll just have to have the thing like way up here. Great. Oh, that's another one like over here. That's fine. Just want them out of the way for now. Oh, that's like a reset button. So this is a USB 2.0 right here that controls this. Let me fix this because you can't really see the whole thing. So yeah, there's a little screen right here. Okay. Oh, I see what I did wrong. One second. The table's too low. It's fine. So yeah, right here, you can see there is this little screen, and that's going to show CPU and GPU temperature. I believe you need to run the software for it. I don't think it just gets it automatically, but still, we want to have that connected. That's just a USB 2.0 connector right here that runs there. We have our storage right here, our hard drive cages right there. Let me look in the back of the motherboard. Is there, I think there's mounting right there, back. Yeah, there's this mounting right here for the SSD. That's what we're going to use. I'm not going to put a hard drive in here just yet. I'll do that later when I get my, my larger one out of the main PC there. In fact, I need these so I can very quickly prepare this SSD real quick. Just take a second. It's okay, it's just my cards. Okay. Now, understand one thing, like, when it comes to data center stuff, you're gonna find, like, if you watch stuff like Linus Tech Tips and pretty much any video with Jake in it, what's up, Jake, is gonna have, like, the latest and greatest, like, server hardware and networking stuff and all that. And understand that, like, it's not always the case when it comes to enterprise tech. It's not always the fastest. It has to be the most reliable. And this right here, again, I can yank the power cable right out of my PC. This has capacitors on board that will let it have enough power in order to maintain that data and not truncate it, basically, not corrupt your data. So this right here could be absolutely clutch, even with the UPS, even with all that stuff. I can't lose footage, because footage, especially during a live stream, you'll never get that back. I mean, yeah, it's on there as a VOD, but like, whatever. To me, I have anxiety about this stuff from my days as an IT admin. Data is important to me, and I don't want to lose any of it. So thank you, Kingston, for this and for all of the drives. Like, I can't wait to get this thing going. I don't think we'll be able to test it very much, considering the time. But at the very least, we're going to have this thing fully built, powered up, and we're going to see it post. See it post, I think I'll call it good. And maybe we can pick this up, maybe as part of the stream on Thursday, we can do a little testing of this. But I'm going to be streaming on it at that point, probably. Hopefully, I'll have everything set up by then. I might not. It's hard to say. Do I not have a small flathead? No. So there's these little pins you're supposed to put into the screw holes of the SSD, and that pops into the rubber grommets that are on the back of the motherboard tray, which is really nice. I like that mounting solution. There we go, that works. So I'll thread these by hand at first to make sure I don't cross-thread anything. This feels that metal? This thing has a metal casing. This thing feels so solid. You can buy it on eBay. Buy what on eBay? The gear you got on is great quality. You talking about this? Thank you. I designed it myself. Get it, braythorn.tech. Check the link in the description. You know, it's funny because I really stumbled my way into having a light mode and dark mode jacket, but it makes so much sense now that I do. I was like, I want a dark one with a lot of black and purple, and then but I want a white one with a purple gradient, not solid colors. I was like, light mode, dark mode. That happened. Oh, come on. Okay, super solid casing on this. Threading, not super clean. That or it's these things. Let me try another one just to see if it's not these. Yeah, it was actually that screw. Excuse me, Kingston. That was not your fault. That was a little piece of cool hardware. Okay, then just tighten them up with this. I really like the idea of these just sort of push pin into the rubber grommet thing for the mounting solution, because SSDs have no moving parts. So just some friction and they'll stay in place, even with it if you're moving around and stuff like that, because you're going to be cable managed, so the cables won't be pulling on it. Plus the friction on all four of these, with them being screwed in nice and tight, means that it shouldn't be going anywhere. All right, cool. I'm almost not looking forward to putting in that motherboard tray, because it's going to be kind of a pain, but we got to do it. So let's just do it. But first I want to show y'all how these mount in here. So on the back, see these rubber grommets here? So all I got to do, if I can see, all I got to do is line that up, push that in, and going nowhere. That's really nice. I like that. Good solution, Deep Cool. Now I have to be ready to screw these in, because I'm going to be holding it up as I hold it in place. What I actually need, I have an 80-inch long bamboo desktop on a sit-stand desk frame in the garage studio that was supposed to happen, that it was too hot to use. I need to get that table in here for these. This table is too small. This desk is too small to be a good workspace for this. I need to be able to place things flat that are waiting to be installed, things like that I've prepped, like the cooler, like that fan bracket, all that stuff. And I'm just having to put it on top of other things. But that's also because I usually have my girlfriend's desk here, but I moved her setup out into our master bedroom. And I'm going to put a little setup in there for myself so we can game together. And then this is just, I'm not mixing work with gaming and stuff in here. I can just come in here and focus, and also have more room. But that means I lost that desk where I would put some stuff during streams. It's okay though. That was my mistake, but it's not the worst. Okay. So now I need to, what the heck? Okay, this is actually kind of hard. I think I need to lay this thing on its back in order to do this. So let's do that. me also try to separate these cables. What kind of connector are you? Can you pop out? That's annoying. Can I clip that? There we go. Yeah, this connector was annoying me. This is basically what would be the reset switch or like the RGB switch on the front of the LED switch on the front of the case. So you need to get these out of the way for now. Okay, that's going to be much easier, I think, because this got pretty heavy. And there's little slots right here for this to slot into. There we go. So that's my advice. You put your motherboard on there, you install a bunch of stuff on the motherboard tray, you're putting it back in, lay it on its side. Much, much easier. Let's just do this. Low torque, cool. When I'm doing these, in order to not strip the screws, I'm gonna back it first. I'm gonna go left, let it click, and then there we go. You don't want to cross thread these. It could be a pain in the butt. You don't know how durable the sheet metal is that was used to make these cases, so you don't want to risk cross-threading those when your entire motherboard, CPU, RAM, storage, all that, and GPU is all resting on these screws. And the torque, by the way, oh, there we go. Not a lot. Very low torque. Man, I'm so glad that I changed my settings so I could sit down like this, because my back was really starting to scream at me. And it wasn't really, yeah, the build itself, oh, I didn't back that one out, oops, but it didn't strip either. The stream itself hasn't been too bad. It was really just the setup for it and everything. Moving everything around, all that. There we go. Now I got to get these back screws here. And then we can put in the PSU shroud, PSU, all that stuff. And connect all the power cables, all that stuff. Put GPU in there. We're really getting there now. Don't you worry, everybody. So there were 3 screws on the back here. 1, 2, 3. You don't know where I need. I know. So I'm putting those in. There's a lot of mounting points for this. And while that's annoying when it comes to getting it out of there, probably for the best. I'm going to go back over these with a little bit more torque, or with the hand screwdriver, just to make sure that they're torqued in there pretty good. But not overly torqued. So doing it by hand is the best way to do it, I think. Just to make sure you get a good feel for it. Oh yeah, that's not moving. Not moving. I think we're golden here. Good, good. Starting to look like a PC, guys. Almost. All right, now we can get our PSU shroud in there. Just gonna feed these cables through the back here. All these ones that I kind of organized all together. Just feed them through the back. As you can see, they're going through this cable management hole right there. I do notice that there are no rubber grommets anywhere to be found, which can make a PC look a lot cleaner. That's a little bit disappointing, but I get it. This thing is super modular, and like there's a lot of value in it otherwise, but okay. without even one screw in there, it's already feeling pretty solid. We're going to go ahead and at least put one on this side real quick. Falling. This one is held. This piece is held in with 1, 2, 3 screws right here, and then you'll have, let's see, 3 screws right back here. 3 screws along the bottom there, which we're going to go ahead and do now. And I can use this for that. So yeah, it's a lot of screws to remove to take this thing apart, but once you do put it back together, or if you never take it apart, because you don't have to do what I did, I really took the scenic route on this, it's very mechanically sound. Like, it feels very sturdy once you have all that together. 2 more of these. I'm really used to the magnetic pull of these right here, to where I expect other tools to live up to that, and they don't. All right, looking good. Thank you. What was that? Yeah, when you go to the 1 setting on that Bosch 12 volt, it torques it to just above what, you know, the average person can do with finger tightness. It's really great for these. You just got to be careful with stuff like motherboard screws. I don't really use it for that often. I mean, I will if I'm in a big hurry or something, but you don't want to crush your PCB, any of the layers of your PCB. On your motherboard, that would be bad. I guess on Thursday, probably like the first hour is going to be testing the system, showing off, showcasing some things. I'll stream on this one again, on the current one again. It's clearly not a problem now. It doesn't seem to be having the same issues. That's not real wood. This is. And we'll run some tests then. I'm going to finish building it tonight, and we're going to boot it up. But I just want to have a little bit more time to show the capabilities of this system, get that recorded, get that shown, and then we can move on to the Corsair build kit that we're going to be doing on Thursday, and that should be fun. That should be a fun one. That should be a lot less complex than what we did here. It's just a Corsair 4000D for the case. It's not going to be that difficult to do. He said, totally jinxing himself, but no, like, it should be fine. And I'm going to be evaluating, at least I'll try to find out when PC World got this from Corsair, because they basically were like, hey, we're not going to do this build kit. Have anyone ever asked about these? You want to do? I'm like, yeah, people have asked about them back when they were first announced. People wanted to know if they were good. I'll check it out. Well, yeah. So I finally get to, I'll see when they got it, so I know like what era of build kit it was, like what gen and all that. But we'll also be able to kind of tell with the parts, you know? We'll be able to tell. I don't think I need this hub. I don't need this hub. This one that Deepcool sent along here with this, I don't need it. I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not going to power it. It's superfluous considering that I have the Asia Horse one. That means I won't be able to use the button on the case, I think. That's okay. Run those up there. Perfect. I need to fix that later. Okay. It's not too critical. There's some pretty good tie down points here. I will say, if you set this thing up in dual chamber mode, you're going to get a lot more space for cable management. Really. But yeah, I love this. This is really good. Look at that. I kind of want it over here today. Now, you know what? Today I'm feeling like having it back over here. Let's just go ahead. It's like satisfying to push that in there. There we go. I'll need to run the cables to that. Everything. What do I need to do to post? That's what I'm curious about. I want to know that. I want to do that. We can run these down, then back up. I guess I'll plug this back into the... This is the fun part, guys. Are we having fun? The funny thing about building PCs is, well, one of the funny things anyway, what we normally think of as PC building, right? Like putting the CPU in the socket and putting the motherboard in the case and putting the GPU in. That's what you think of as like, oh, cool, that's the build. No, that's 10% of building the PC. It's really not a lot of the process. It's a little bit of it. Okay. USB Type-C, our dual to quad USB 3.0. This kind of stuff, I love this kind of stuff because I have to connect so many things. And then the HD audio, which that's a little awkward. I guess it has to go back down there. Cool, fine. And then we have our fans from the bottom here. Go ahead and run those, have those over here, just out of the way. But those are going to run up here, and we're going to have our fan hub, because these are like right here. I have the extension cable for them, so that I could use that. And then have the fan hub right there. But then I have the Corsair one too, just to run the CPU block for the AIO. That's going to go down here probably, like down here somewhere. But yeah, this is where it's like, okay, what the heck am I going to do with all these cables? Where am I going to run stuff in order to make cable management easier for me later on? Because you got to start thinking about that early up. Gary says, oh, okay, it's translucent real if I use that word correct. Jacket is actually like clean. I love the light mode and dark mode theme. Thank you. It's not quite translucent, but it has sort of a glow to it. But that's part of how I designed the... I mean, I made every image for this. Like, yeah, it's an all-over print, so I was able to do it however I wanted. I'm glad you like it. Case is huge. Cable mod cables in purple, yellow, and black would look so good in that build, just like RGB. This might surprise you, but I was very hesitant about the yellow on RGB. Yellow being a complementary color for purple, of course. It makes a lot of sense, and Ari is the one who designed RGB. But it's like a purple-orange, basically. And so I don't include that color a lot when I do things that are in brand colors. Brand colors are basically like purple and teal, but it's not a purple B with teal stripes. Or cyan, I should say. It's weird, but for the image, for RGB as a design, it looks awesome. So I ain't complaining, that's for sure. Okay, so that's the... Man, there's a lot left to do. I spent way too long just yapping, but that's what I always do anyway. No surprise there. Okay. Let's get the rest of our cooling mounted before we put the power supply in there. Because once the power supply is in there, that's a lot of other cables to manage. We're going to get these handled first. Our front panel I/O and our cooling. We're going to handle all that right now. Meaning we need to put the CPU cooler in as well. I know I'm gonna have to open this up again and add more cables to it, but for right now, I'm just trying to get these out of the way. So these are gonna have to come back up actually. So I should, oh no, I guess they can loop around right here. They come out, wait, where's the other, one second, I'm looking at something here. Oh, it's on the bottom. So one of these goes to the bottom here. because that's where one of the USB 3.0 headers is right here. And then the other two are going to come out there and there. And that'll just close, like, go like that. That'll just go like this whenever I close it. I wasn't showing you much of that, was I? I'm a failure as a streamer. I'm sorry. It's just really hard to get to angles where you can see what I'm doing without my back just being like, nope, you're not doing that, buddy. I don't think so. Stop scraping on my table, please. Thank you. Here, let me show you what I'm doing. Right here is a USB Type-C, and that just flew out. Okay. Now, unlike the other end of the USB Type-C, there is one way to put this in correctly, and you don't want to do it backwards. I've seen experienced builders have systems not post because they put it in backwards and it was shorting out. And that does need to go in until you get a very slight kind of click. I didn't feel much resistance on that, so that should be the right way to put it in. And this right here is one of the USB 3.0s. It's a little twisted up. That's unfortunate. It's so twisted, like it wants to be twisted. Stop it. I guess I could be laying this on its back and using a top-down camera for this. That would be the ideal way to do this. Sorry about that. Okay, that's fully seated. I guess right now I'm not super concerned with cable management. I'm not trying to like manage this perfectly. I just don't want anything tangled up. I can manage it more later on. I really just want to get this thing posting so that we can all call it a night. I'm gonna go take some ibuprofen and sit on a heating pad for a while. Oh, that's a slow mode. There's these switches down here, basically extra buttons, things like that. You have safe boot, retry button? You have extended fan or some external fan, RSVD, and slow mode. One thing I'm concerned about, and the reason I just want to see if it's going to post, is that this has the pins for a TPM, which is what Windows 11. There's a whole thing about like, oh, you have to have TPM for your motherboard in your system. There's a place to put one. I know I have one somewhere around here, and it's an ASUS TPM for an ASUS motherboard. Although I don't know if it's universal or not. But I don't know where that is. So Windows might not work anyway. So what I'll do is we're going to get this thing finished, post it, get it posting, and then off stream I'll install Windows, get that going, and get some things installed, and we'll try it out on Thursday. Oh, you can get the Morpheus on eBay. I get it, Igor. Okay, good to know. I just got the package for every single parts of my PC except for the RAM. Since the courier forgot to pick it up, and I have to wait another day to build it. Oh, that sucks. Dude. At least you can do everything else, just not the RAM. Put the RAM in last. I found new respect for the builders at Skytech. They have a hard job. They do, but I mean, the more you do something, the more frequently you do something, the more you get a good workflow. And as I was saying earlier, I haven't built a PC in a while, so my workflow sucks. Like my pacing is terrible, and that can make things feel more difficult than they need to. Now, unfortunately, one thing I did talk to DeepCool about a while back was like that they need to have the unified front panel connector. They don't have that. Not every case manufacturer does that. But thankfully, ASUS came in clutch because they give you a little block to do that yourself. And then that plugs just right into the motherboard. So that's nice. I'm going to go ahead and get those situated real quick. Really, it looked like it was just a power switch, not reset. Yeah, that's just the power switch. So yeah, we'll just do that. It's even labeled, which is great. Well, the good thing about a power switch, though, you can actually get the power switch backwards and it'll still work because it's just a momentary switch that closes a circuit. But still, there was really just a power switch, no HDD light, none of that stuff. It's just not here. So, all right, sure. Sure thing, buddy. And that'll just go right under there and into where that normally plugs into. Yeah. And then that just comes right here. Done. Just like that. I don't even need that block because it's just a power switch, but whatever. I don't want to lose that either. So there it is. Okay. Now let's get the rear fan in real quick. Bleach, Love Your Brave content is great. Deserve my viewers. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Honestly, I'm okay with where we're at right now, and you know, once pre-built rebuilt is finally up and going, the viewers will come because that's going to be more evergreen content. Greythorn, does Windows 10 need TPM? No, it does not. I did think about that, but I don't have the media creation tool thing. I don't have any media ready to install Windows 10. I do for Windows 11, and I'm also curious as to whether it'll work or not. Aren't you curious? I'm curious. That's not what I need. I need these. Boop. I'm curious as to how this is going to be as intake on the rear. I think that's kind of cool to get fresh air directly into this sort of neglected part of the radiator here, where you have fresh air coming up here, fresh air coming up, but that gets hit with the GPU, right? But this is going to bring fresh air to this segment of the radiator right here, this fan, and it's going to help get cool air through there, plus over the VRM heat sinks and all that. And it's also me just making the best of a situation where I ordered one thing and got another. Lemons, lemonade, all that jazz. No, no, no. Don't do that. I don't want that. Stay. Need to get one screw in here, then I can let it go. Please. Okay. Oh yeah. That's good. Yeah, having these down here, and then we're gonna have the radiator up there with matching fans. All matching fans here, and then slightly different ones in the front. Well, not slightly, very different ones in the front. I'm cool with that. I think it's gonna look good. I do regret that we can't use the side intake, but I don't have enough reverse flow fans to do that. I think this is gonna be real nice. I guess I could have done front radiator as well, but I like to put the tubes down if I can, and this doesn't leave a whole lot of room. Doesn't leave enough room for that. So radiator on top. I like using exhaust for the radiator, so yeah. Hey yo, watching in the new VR. You're watching me in VR right now? That's crazy. Hold on. Whoa. Whoa. Here, I just got to fix something there real quick with your VR. All right, cool. Good? You good? Cool. Should not have told me that. Oh, it was an ad break. That went into an ad break. Really? Oh, man, that would have been so great. Starting to look good. Okay, starting to look like a PC. Happy with that. Not happy with the way these cables are sitting, though. I don't like the cable routing for this, how it has to go in front and it can't go behind it. I hope they were able to see most of that. That was pretty great. Happy with myself on that one. Okay. I'm not looking forward to doing the cooler because I'm going to want to lay it down. Let's go ahead and mount the radiator first. Oh, super close to the face. Well, spooked me, and I'm not even watching in VR. Sorry, Jake. Don't forget to drink some water. That's a great idea. Who told you this was water? It's sparkling water. See? Listen to that sparkling water ASMR. I don't know if you were able to hear that at all. The noise gate might have caught it. Oh, let me get these off the top first. Oh my gosh. Okay. I really like the rail system. The rail system is excellent because no matter what fans you're putting in there or radiator or whatever, you have no obstruction. That is awesome. More cables. Yeah. I think that was how it went. Yeah, sure. Would you even be able to see top down? Okay, let's push that again. Yeah. All right. Now I'm going to loosely mount these on here and then drop it in so I know exactly how to align it. It's going to be a bit annoying, but I am going to use the spacers. It's going to take a little extra time, but that seems like time well spent to me for not puncturing the radiator. I'll just put 4 of these on for now and put the rest on once it's in there. See, that's what I mean by loose. I don't want it to be tightened down yet. Not until I know exactly where I want to position it. You can't see the one I'm doing right now, but I promise I am putting a screw in. I can sit down. I can sit down for this. Okay. Build's looking fantastic. Thank you. Of course it's looking fantastic. This is me, baby. I'm so kidding. I guess I could have put the cooler on the motherboard and then put the no, that would have been so much harder to put in the motherboard tray and all that. Glad I didn't do it that way. All right, let's get this up here. Look at this mess. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it wonderful? So we lower this in right here. We get these cables, push them through the back. No. Okay. Well, I didn't organize these like I did on the bottom fans, but okay. Let's just rest this right here, a little bit anyway, and then I can two-hand this. Just catching on literally everything. Man, really should have sprung for the daisy chain fans, but I wanted the reverse flow. And I didn't have time or money to buy really expensive ones. There we go. Look at that. So I got to line these up. With those holes right there. There we go. And it's nice and pushed out from the motherboard. We don't have any problems with hitting anything like VRM cooler, VRM heat sinks, or anything like that. This is totally fine. If you're ever gonna, if you're gonna build like more than one PC, you gotta have a Lazy Susan. You really do. In fact, I don't see it as being like, even if you're only gonna own a PC, put it on a Lazy Susan. Make sure you have slack in your cables. I mean, you could just be able to turn around your PC like that and just look at the back, connect stuff. I mean, you might never ever look at the back of your PC once it's all connected up. So maybe that doesn't make sense for a lot of people, but man, it is so nice. I can move this forward or back a little bit if I want to. I think right about there is good. Can always adjust this later. And I can put in the rest of the screws. Stop scraping my table. That was my jacket zipper. Now you'll notice that there's 2 holes here, 2 holes here, 2 holes there. This is like if you're mounting fans to mount all 4 corners. You really just need to do one of each of these, if that many. Like, it's a pretty solid connection just getting the 4 corners. But I don't want to be that lazy. So I'll do at least 8 screws, but you don't need to do 12, in my opinion. again, those holes are in case you need to mount fans on either side of the radiator, so yeah. Super solid. Love it. What I don't love is that. That's not great. Yeah, that could be better. And it will be. Eventually. We just need it to work right now. Whatever. It's fine. It's not going to be aesthetically perfect, and that doesn't bother me that much. Just a little bit. Alright. Now I've got to figure out the mounting solution for this. So I'm going to be taking off these brackets right here for Intel. I'm taking those off because this is about as far away from Intel as you can get. But I do think I'm going to go ahead and use this, this thermal paste here. Should be sufficient for posting, all right? I might get the... Oh yeah, that'll reach just fine. Might get that phase change material for on there before Thursday. Okay, so this should just come right off, just like that. Yoink. Now, I'm not going to let this thermal paste touch nothing. I don't want that. I don't want to do that. There we go. And then we can go to top down. Okay, so yeah, there's our block. We just pulled these brackets right off. That's because it's not an Intel socket. So I'm gonna try putting on the right bracket for this. This is the TR4 retention kit right here. Damn it, really? Hold on a second. Working it. Okay, I know that looks weird and cut off, but it's fine, I guess. So yeah, this is your TR4 retention right here. And it's just really the brackets plus the spacers here, so I don't think we need this. Because this is for an ASUS style mount, and that is not what Corsair uses. So, we have our retention brackets here. I can ask the diameter of your Lazy Susan. The ring itself is an 18-inch. I mean, the thing can handle a ton of weight. I could stand on it and spin around. There are more and less heavy-duty ones, but I knew I was going to be doing this a lot, so you don't necessarily yourself need to get one as heavy-duty if you're just going to have your PC on there. It's not too heavy, that kind of thing. You know your needs better than I do. So here are our spacers. Let's go ahead and put those in now. And there are these 4 holes right here. Here, let's do this. Yeah, there's these 4 holes here. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the ones that are closer together up here. So we just put one side in here, and then it should mount on the other side with their thingamabobs. Okay. That's just a little awkward to reach, but I got it. There we go. Really cannot wait to have this. Remember, I still got to put in the power supply, connect all the power to everything, but yeah. All right, looking at this, it's going to go in, I think, like that. Should it go like, yeah, like that. That's fine. It's going to go in like that. So that means, knowing that the connections are closer together here, farther apart at the other side, and we have our 2 brackets here, we then know that this one's going to be the bottom, that one's going to be the top. And they're going to go on like so. Just like that. And like this. Yep, that's making good contact right there. There we go. And then I've just got these guys I got to put on. I'll also make sure that it's straightened out as well. Doesn't look too great like that. Can we? Thank you. Three turns there. Three turns there. Turns there. Get this last one. And then we can start going in a star pattern to tighten this down. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Oh, that didn't really take, did it? Yeah. Now I gotta undo it. All right, let's undo this. I guess it didn't fully thread. No, keep going. It's because these are pushing down, so it's pulling up on those other ones. You want to get even pressure on both sides. So there we go. Got to make sure they all bite. I must have missed that on the other one. Cool. Is this stripped? It's just spinning in there. What the hell? Yeah. It's like that hole. It's like the threading in here is gone or something. In the retention bracket. I mean, in the socket. That's hardly ideal. What the hell do I do about that? Hold on. I'm gonna loosen all of these and start with that one. It might not be reaching. I might have loosened up the spacer when I was loosening that one up. It's okay. Not all is lost. We shall figure it out. Okay, that's right here. All right. Yeah, it just doesn't grab. Maybe I have it back. Maybe it was supposed to go in a certain way, and I guessed right on all the other ones somehow. I guess, yeah. That one's correct. That one's correct. They're all correct. So, well, okay, sure. Very interesting. Now it's sitting there just fine. What happened to the other? Did it fall on the floor? What happened to it? I mean, I know I was like panicking a little bit, but I feel like it went in here. Where did it go? Sorry, back. Found it. Lost it. All right, what the hell, dude? Come on. It's on the table. Let me just figure out where it is. Graythorn, why don't you build PCs more often? Oh, I don't know. Because I suck at it, out of practice, lose stuff, get annoyed, but I love it. There it is. Okay, got it. Shenanigans. Complete shenanigans. Just tighten these down until they have some resistance, then I'll tighten it with the screwdriver, and then we'll call it a day. Nothing worth doing is easy, everybody. If you take one thing away from this, let it be that. Nothing worth doing is easy. Okay, just checking. Up. It'll. I feel like it might be, maybe, perhaps a miracle if this thing boots up. Yo, Turdog, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Sorry, hurting my ear here. Okay. All right, now that that's on there, and it couldn't have been easier, really. There you are. This has a lot of plastic on it. Let's go ahead and take it off. I will say this: if I had more black Corsair fans, I might have just gone all Corsair for this and just use IQ for stuff. But I don't, and they're not cheap. And while I do have contact with Elgato now, I don't have one with Corsair. I think maybe reviewing their build kit might get their attention. But we will see. I mean, I know some of the people over there, but like, as in having a relationship where there's a back and forth where like they send me stuff to review or whatever, and then I'm like, this sucks or it's great or whatever. No sponsorship, none of that stuff. I don't have anything like that going on with Corsair. Okay, so there's our. This does require USB 2.0 right here. Okay, and it requires connection to the hub. This is a proprietary connector because of course it is. And then this just goes to the PWM connector for the CPU pump. If your motherboard has that. This is probably going to be a CPU optional thing for a fan connector. Oh, there's water pump down here, but that might be more for like a actual like pump for a custom liquid cooling system, not an AIO pump. You'll see some motherboards actually say AIO pump or something like that. So we can go to CPU optional and then just customize the flow. But yeah, this part's great because it just goes like that. Boop. There you go. You have connection now on that. You just need to route all this crap from here, which doesn't look great. I don't think this is like the way that this is, like the materials they used suck. Like this just is hard to manage. It looks terrible. And I think that Corsair could have done a way better job on this. And then there's just, this is all in a loom right here, but then there's just this one right here off by its own tiny skinny little cable. Anyway, still, other than that, it's pretty nice AIO. I have had one of these before. It was quite nice. But I'm not a huge fan of, up until the most recent ones, I'm not a big fan of their fans, actually, I should say. Though they cost a ton of money and they don't have good diffusion. I think the more recent ones look better, but still not great for the money that you pay for them. They're insanely expensive. There we go. So that is CPU optional, and then I'll run CPU fan is going to run all of the fans here. That's going to go to this right here. That's our Asia Horse 9-way PWM and ARGB splitter. Let's take a good look at this. Asia Horse. Also Asia. Okay. Let's just say Asia Horse. Asia Horse. Cool. Very helpful. That's pretty nice. Hang on a second. Let's just see something real quick. No, don't click my mouse case. Thank you. Why did that open? Any day now, mouse. Okay. You guys can... Crap. Alright, you guys can still hear me, right? Yes, you can. Okay, good. Anyway, I just want to check something real quick, and yeah, it has magnets. Not strong magnets, but it's magnetic. Sweet, that helps. There's also, you get Velcro with it, but yeah. So looking at this, you can see that you have all your fans here, fan 1 through 9, and then you have, I think fan 1 is like the data port. So I think this can only do 8, actually, which is perfect. We have 8. And then you have LED 1 through LED 9. This is power and ARGB in. And this is power SATA, if you want to go with that. Okay. Oh, PWM ARGB in. That's where that is. So this is not the... Okay, so these are actual fully 9 ports and 9 ports on both of those. You couldn't see anything that I was showing you. So 9 ports PWM 9 ports, 5-volt ARGB, and you have right here, this is where your input for PWM and ARGB is going to come in. It's a proprietary cable of theirs, it looks like. And then you have SATA power coming in on this side. And it's nice. I like this. This was $17. 17 bucks on Amazon. And of course we have our cables here with our SATA power that goes on one end right here. So it goes into the box, so it goes into your SATA power. And then this is going to split from their proprietary connection, or it looks like a non-proprietary one I've seen before, I don't know, into 4-pin PWM and 3-pin. So it's their connector here, and then 4-pin PWM and also 3-pin 5-volt ARGB. That's going to bring those signals in through here into the box, and then power goes through this cable here. Easy enough. Sorry, I kept realizing I had been talking and I wasn't actually showing the thing I was trying to show. So, SATA power. You can only plug it in a certain way because it is keyed, so there you go. Okay, I'll try that again. Good Lord. Thing ain't clicking. The amount of force it takes to push this till it clicks is ridiculous. I remember reading that in the comments. Like, wow, that's nuts. I've been putting a lot of force in here, nearly breaking my fingernails off trying to get this thing on there by putting pressure on the plastic, not the wires. And, ow. All right, well, you know what? This means war, buddy. Asia Horse, I don't think this should have been necessary, but all right, sure. Power SATA, that's the right one. I gotta get it started first. Let me see. Now it doesn't even want to go in there. Well, I got my money's worth, I think. Okay. I think some of the pins are bending. They don't want... The tolerances of this, not great, and I think that's really what the problem is. Obviously. Okay, there we go. I've started it. There we go. I basically held it without squeezing. Just to where these were pushing on the plastic part, and then I pushed on this and with my arm and my fingers there, and it finally freaking clicked in, but only on one side it feels like. Yes, this is what I want to have to do to cables that are going to be moving a lot of power like that to 9, well, 8, 9, 10, 11 RGB fans, but sure, all right. Now I get to do it all over again, but this one should be easier, he said, like an idiot. Are you going to be easier? Are you going to help me out here, buddy? Oh, that was bad. That wasn't bad. That was pretty good. Just make sure it's all the way in there. Yep, it ain't coming out. Yay! I didn't have to break off 3 fingernails getting that in there. Yeah, agreed. I got a Corsair AIO, not with a fancy screen, but with all that AIO, connectors, pain to manage. Yeah. Yeah, but Turdog, thank you again for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you. Braithorn, Tangia link in the description is not working. No idea why that would be the case. You can't be buying on shady places in general. That's marginally better CPU. Oh, you're talking to someone else. All right. let me finish managing these cables, and then we can do the power supply, hook up all the fans. Good Lord, what time is it? I'm so tired. And I haven't eaten anything yet. It's 1:15 in the morning. I was like, what is it, like 12:30? Good Lord. All right, this is a sticker right here. There we go. Is it double sticker? Or? No, that's just what it is. I wonder when my microphone's going to run out of battery. Sometime, eventually it has to happen. I really don't want to end the stream without finishing this, but I spent way too long just trying to figure stuff out that I should have figured out before I even started. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. But as it goes on, it's harder because I run lower on energy and my back hurts more. And I don't know. I'm honestly not usually in this much pain when I'm doing a PC build. I had to move a lot of stuff and do a lot of extra stuff to get this going today. Again, sorry I was a bit late there. Oh, I'm not in the right view for this. 1 second. Eh. It's times like this, like I like working, like filming stuff on my own, streaming and stuff on my own. It's times like this that I wish I had a team helping me out, stuff like that. Okay, let me fix this again. Oh, I know what I can do to make that easy. First off, we'll do this. There we go. Now I can just do that, and when I stand up, I can do this. There we go. Oh, man, I'm good. In the Midwest, it's only 11:18 here. I'm in Texas. Oh, Bleach. I just saw that Bleach asked a question that I missed. Any drawbacks from having Intel CPU with AMD card? Nope. Yep. That was a correct answer, Turdog. Thank you very much for answering that. Y'all know how it is when I'm doing these. I don't see everything. I will miss stuff for sure. Oh my God, what have I done? AB2, this is the longest I've tuned in on a live stream. Surprisingly nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is why I knew I should have started early for this one. But if I'd started early, I would have just been more late, essentially. All right, let's take inventory of what cables we need to connect and all that. So this goes to the Corsair hub right here. Let me get that out of the bag real quick. Good Lord, Corsair, calm down. So this required USB 2.0 for the hub. And then the actual CPU block itself has its own USB 2.0 that it needs, which is why I suppose it makes sense that they include a splitter. Thank you for that, I guess. But man, why not just to one? Why not just have the CPU block be controlled by the hub? Maybe the newer, I think the newer one does that. That does all like guess they use USB-C. I don't know. I think the newer one does that. Is this magnetic? It's not magnetic. Corsair, you're telling me Asia Horse could do this, but you couldn't? I don't care if it's on the new one. Y'all had these for, you know, this is one of the newer ones, right? Not new, but like in the last few years you made this one, right? What the heck? Sucks. Well, I'm just gonna stuff it into one of the hard drive bays anyway, so who cares, honestly. I'm just hungry, angy, tired, as you might say. So we have SATA power here with USB 2.0 there. I'm gonna go ahead and get this connected to this, just to have that on there already. There we go. And here's the one for the CPU block here. What we're going to end up doing is going to be one of a good old shove the cables in there and shove the side of the case on there, the side panel on there, and we'll come back later kind of situations. That's what we're going to do. Cool. Pass that through there, and it'll hook up to a USB 2.0. Then we need to connect this to the hub. That could have been longer, but you know, I'm not one to nitpick. Actually, I don't know if y'all knew that. I was being sarcastic. Okay. I honestly should have just used the Corsair fans that were in there, but they wouldn't have matched anything, and I would have had to run IQ to change the RGB. It's just so frustrating. Okay. Cool. So then we have the rear fan and its own PWM and ARGB. Let's just start plugging them into this. And this is what goes to the motherboard for PWM and ARGB. That's all that is. And this is the SATA power. Y'all saw that earlier. Cool, cool. Let me go ahead and plug this in so it stops flopping around. Stop flopping. You're flopping. I don't like it. Whatever. Just hang out. There we go. And USB 2.0s are... Wait, where are they? Oh, there we go. They don't have the like thing around them. Does this only have one? There's no way. Well, whatever, as long as we have that one, I guess. Like, you would think there'd be more of them back in the day when this thing was built, but whatever. I don't know. I don't know nothing. So that's a CPU block handled other than power, which we're bringing in the power supply here in a minute. We got these fans from the bottom. That's the HD audio that can go this way because it's going to go in there. No, put it under this. No, that's fine, I guess. Sure. So that's going to go in there. That's the HD audio. I don't know that I would recommend using the front audio jacks. There's not a lot of shielding on those and yada yada, but you know, whatever. If you want to, you can do it. I'm actually going to undo what I did here and untangle this from here, just so that I can go ahead and figure out where I'm going to stick this on the side here. That's going to go right there. Just like that. Right where another SSD would go. I could move that later if I want to. Doesn't matter. Right now, as long as it's accounted for. The problem is when I get in this mode where I'm just like, just get it done, I end up creating problems for myself later, and I can't abide that. I hate it. But it is what it is. I just want to get this thing rolling. There we go. Just want that to be out of the way. Power's available. There we go. We have all of our fans down here that need to be plugged in, and we can do that. All right, guys, this is where I just start doing stuff. Let's just get this all plugged in, and I'll shut up, and I'll just get the work done, and I'll be able to reward myself with sustenance and rest and a pat on the back. Fan goes up there. And ARGB goes to the bottom. Great routing. So those are kind of pre-run there. I'll hook those up in a second. Okay, just keep it going, dude. Keep it going. You'll curse at yourself later, but you can untangle all of this stuff later. Now I don't need the hard drive LED now that I know it's there. I guess that was tucked away, and I didn't mean to tuck that away. RGB on this side. PWM for power and RPMs there. RGB on this side. There we go. At least I have the hub. Like, I can't complain about it. I'm glad I've got it. I can't imagine trying to figure out a way to do this just with a bunch of splitters. No, thank you. Oh, I guess I won't be able to hook up that digital screen because all the USB is taken up. I'll have to figure that out later. I keep saying that about things. That list is building up quick, isn't it? All right. Now, all the fans from the top here need to be connected as well. Let's go ahead and connect these to get that out of the way. Get the hub plugged in for both PWM and for ARGB, as it just gets dragged around. CPU fan, that'll do. I will tell you guys this. One thing I will always tell you, and I always tell people, is do not compare yourself to those around you, to your peers, to the people you look up to. Look up to people, create goals, like all of that, but don't compare yourself to other people who have had different experiences, or different life experiences, different skill sets, different levels of how long they've been doing certain things, all that. And yet, I watch a Roby stream and I'm blown away every time at how he can do what he does so quickly and efficiently while being entertaining, keeping the energy up. He's just a dynamo, man. Like I have so much respect for Roby. I also know myself. I know that like whatever amount of energy you have to budget throughout the day, by my nature, I am given a fraction of that. And I have to work with that. That's what I have to work with. And I'll like whenever the cameras start rolling or I go live or whatever, I do, as someone who's been performing for a long time, I will get a burst of energy that will maintain for quite a while. But it goes, as the years go on, it's less and less, but like not at a normal rate where it's like but the chronic fatigue syndrome, it increases. The effect that it has gets worse over time. And so I've been talking to Ari, my girlfriend, about, if I don't like get in shape now as well as I can, it's going to get harder every year. I'm not going to be able to get in shape. And the better shape I'm in, like anybody else, the more energy I have. It's that fraction that I start with. So it's like I'm always going to have less energy than the people around me by default, and that sucks. Chronic fatigue syndrome it's subtle, but like it sucks. Well, sometimes it's not so subtle. I don't know. Just looking for the right words for it, but it does. Whenever I see that though, and I'm thinking about my own sort of limitations, it doesn't. I don't. I deal with depression and stuff like that, like anybody else does, and for anybody who has it, I should say, I do deal with that. But I try to be inspired as much as I can, rather than just letting it get to me. So I'm not real unhealthy about it, and it is not entirely a do as I say, not as I do kind of thing, where it's like, no, don't compare yourself to other people. Well, Bray, that's exactly what you do. Now, I try not to let it really get to me, but I just try to be inspired by it, and I think that's the way it should be. You can't compare yourself to others, but you can be inspired by them. Let's put it that way. Round is a shape. Thank you, Igor. Appreciate that. You're not wrong. What's up, Kupo Catnip? How's it going? Basically, that's the kind of stuff I'm dealing with, though. Just it's a scary thing, knowing that someday I'm gonna wake up and I'm not really gonna be able to move, and that happens often. Actually, that's my mornings. I wake up and I can't move my muscles. I can't move my limbs very much. It's at a crawl basically, and I have to wait for my body to be like, you know what? All right, I guess you can do stuff today. After usually like about an hour or two of like, just come on, my medication, took it, caffeine, come on. And it's just like sitting in your car like, but I know eventually there's going to be a day if I don't try to do something about my trying to be healthier, extending what I've got as much as possible. And I don't mean to be a total downer, by the way. This is just comes to mind when I'm tired and in pain, and because I've been trying to do something that's a little bit outside what I probably should. Anyway, there's going to come a day where like I'm thinking like, okay, I'll be able to move, or I'll be able to get up in an hour or something like that, and another hour passes, and then I don't ever have energy again. I imagine that's going to happen. That's my fear, really. I worry that that's going to happen. So I need to, if I really care about that, and I'm really, concerned about it, I need to start getting in better shape. I need to start getting fit like I used to be. I used to be in good shape. I used to work for an ISP. I used to throw around an 28-foot ladder all day, running up to poles, running around through the rafters of warehouses, and I was an enterprise ISP technician. And all that was after, like I was in better shape then when I was just doing IT stuff. Of course, that was less physical. And I need to get back to that. I really do. If I'm really concerned about that, if it really haunts me and I'm just like worried about it all the time, all right, what are you gonna do about it? You need to do something. But what I needed to do with these, getting these all connected, is done. Look at this one. There we go. I see something like this when I see all these cables. There's times where I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna go cable manage this PC, and it's like therapeutic. It feels great to just sit there and be able to spend an hour and a half just managing cables. I mean, just take it apart. Like, I'm gonna unplug everything. I'm gonna reroute everything. It's gonna be perfect. But when I'm this tired and I've been doing this for this amount of time and I just want to be done, it seems insurmountable at this time. So I'm just like, all right, just get the minimum done, get the thing booted, call it a day. And that's what we're gonna do. And now I look at this and I'm like, oh good, I have to connect all of these. But yeah, at least I have them all sorted out as to what needs to go where. It's all connected to this already. Yeah, I hope I didn't bum you guys out too much. That stuff was just on my mind because of how I'm feeling at the moment. But it makes me think like, yeah, you know what? If I got in shape, I could do these streams more often and I can do more of this. I've got big plans. And if I want to be able to have them come to fruition, I need to step it up. I need to start really taking my health seriously and not just hoping my problems will go away. Because when I stopped doing that really physical job of, you know, going up to lines and running, you know, a 200-foot run of RG11 across the thing and having to lift it up and put it into play. We usually have bucket trucks up with the really long runs. But anyways, going from that to sitting in front of a computer all day and either talking about computers or editing videos where I'm talking about computers or whatever, doing graphic design for, you know, doing thumbnails, doing video editing, all that stuff. That is a massively sedentary job, and I went from that to this. Also, I'd hurt my back. I'd ruptured I had a ruptured disc, and that put me down for like a severely ruptured disc. It put me down for like 3 months, and after, I mean, I gained a lot of weight at that time. I've actually lost probably about 12 pounds at this point, which is great. But I used to be in good shape, and then lifestyle change and injury. It took it out of me, man. So I got to fix that. I got to get better at it. And then if I do that, I'll be able to bring y'all more content. I'll be able to do these long streams. I'll be able to do marathon streams. The one on the 31st is going to be crazy because we're going to be unboxing the PC, testing it, but then we're going to swap out the CPU maybe twice. Yikes. At least I don't have to build that one. But it's just, the whole thing takes the joy out of things like PC building, and that sucks because I love PC building. It takes the joy out of it because I don't have the energy for it. All right, PCIe. That's going to be for our GPU, which I haven't even put in there yet, but that's okay. That's going to be our 8-pin EPS. We should have 2 of those. This is SATA, and we need a couple of those just for our cooling stuff. Yeah, these got a little tangled up. I'm just going to spend a minute here untangling these. Get them in nice shape for, there we go. Yes. And then 24-pin motherboard power. Run this behind here. Sorry. So you can't see what I'm doing. You'll be okay. Okay. That's going to come out. What side do I have the clip on here? And it is on the outside as it should. Okay. There we go. That's 24-pin power there. See this gap right here? Kind of annoying. A beauty panel there would be really nice. Now this, I need to plug in a Molex down like here on the motherboard. And I remembered like way after the fact, like, oh, they said that was hard to plug in with the motherboard in the case, and I should have done that earlier. Oops. Yeah, I don't think that's getting plugged in. Yo, thank you for the membership, Anton. That which does not kill you hurts a lot. It could. Yo, Draxus, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate you. As I always tell people, heat makes things expand. I'm not fat, I'm hot. Fair enough. Fair. I'm also going to need to look at the schematic for the motherboard, the manual a little bit. I need to see where certain connectors are that I'm just not seeing. Like, I can't imagine there's only one USB 2.0 header on here. That's crazy. Anyways, let's finish these up. Where's my CPU power? Okay, so I have 1 and 2. We're just going to go ahead and ignore the way the back of this looks. Cool? Cool. Just understand, if I can get myself out of bed tomorrow, because this is very tiring and all that, yada yada, whatever, you already heard it all. I will definitely be cable managing this before Thursday, so it looks awesome. How weird to have the EPS over here. This. At this point, I don't even care if it posts. I just want to see it turn on. Downside to putting the fans here, I can't run the GPU cables up that, but I can put it through here. I can put it through here. Oh, okay. That's just going to catch on everything, isn't it? Okay. All right. Yep. How about you get the heck out of my way? There we go. Got it. Nope. Nope. These things are like freaking grappling hooks. It's hard to get them in there, and then it's hard to get it to let go. Pull it back out. All right, there we go. All right, SATA power. And other more different SATA power. I don't even care. Just get in there. All right. Anything critical I'm forgetting? Is there a fan I didn't plug in? No, that's 8 and 8. That should be all of them. Power is there. I plugged in ARGB. I plugged in PWM. Everything should be good to go, except for the GPU. Let's grab that, put it in there, call it a day. Once this thing is on. How the heck am I going to plug in that Molex? That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, I could come in from directly below it. Also, here's the USB that I just took out. Oh, it's HD audio. Okay. We're going to see if it runs without that Molex connector. How about that? Let's find out the hard way. Actually, that's one of the first times in a long time I've seen it to where the top X16 slot actually lines up with the top PCIe slot. Crazy. It's usually like one down. That's because there's an M.2 socket there instead, direct to the CPU. Should be sitting down for this, or I might perish. I'm glad you guys agreed with me. I was hoping that y'all would vote for the XTX. This thing, I want it to be part of my like daily setup, you know, my main setup. Like, it's awesome. And the XTX is an insane card, so there it is. Let's get that in there. Big thanks to AMD. A while back, they got this to me. I was supposed to do a custom build with it. The person I was going to work with, who was doing was able to get steel plasma cut. I ended up ghosting me, so I was never able to get it done. But I have used it in multiple videos, including one of my most viewed videos. My fastest growing video, which is the last time I did when I did the, what is it? How to set up your new gaming PC. That video did amazing. And this thing was front and center in that video, including me showing how to install it in a PC, which is great. Okay. But I do regret that I wasn't able to get that build done because it was going to be freaking incredible. I certainly don't have the ability to get metal plasma or water like water jet cutting, things like that. I could probably order. If you're able to send in files. The thing is, I didn't have like an STL or whatever they use. It was just me working with him on it, like describing it, giving some measurements for ATX compatibility, but that was it. And you can't just like, you know, put an idea, a raw idea into a file and send that along to a company that does, you know, dozens of those per day. Like as if it, like instead of, you know, it's much better when it's like your friend who's helping you with it. Because they actually care about whether you like it or not. The companies do too, of course, I guess, but you know what I mean. Now I'm rambling. Truly time to call this thing quits once this is powered up and it has not exploded. Maybe it will explode. Maybe it's going to explode. I mean, we honestly have no guarantee that it won't. Maybe it'll be fun if it does. It'll at least be kind of funny. And this is dual PCIe 8-pin. we go. All plugged in. This is all secured. This is such a solid card. It just does not sag. And it's a nice splash of color in there. It makes me basically want to get some cable extensions in the same color for this build. And we'll see if we can maybe set up the RGB to be the same color. But here's the thing. There's another reason I wanted to use this case. This is Deepcool's brand color, all right? Yep, it's perfect for this case. I didn't hook up the SATA drive. I know. We're not going to use it right now. I just want this to post. And then I want to eat. Take some ibuprofen and pass the hell out. Where's my C13? Don't know where my C13 power cable is, but I guess I'll have to find it. Okay, I gotta find my... Well, I guess I'll get the one out of the... I had one just a minute ago. Where was it? Alright, this will do. You want to see a long C13 power cable? There's one. I don't even care. I'm just going to plug it into the surge protector over here. Beefy. Hello from Florida. So cool to see your live show. Thanks, Stealth Mode. Welcome. Metal backplate on the GPU is the way to go. Nice rig. Thank you. All right, let's zoom out a little bit. It's not quite enough, so we're going to do this. We're going to back it up. And raise this up. I guess I should put the front panel back on. And yada yada. I am exquisitely tired. Sorry, everybody. I ain't trying to be this way. The hell did I do? It's right here. It's pretty interchangeable. Okay, let's not do that. Right? Am I doing this wrong? No, there's the clip. There's the tolerances for these clips, man, are insane. I genuinely hope I don't have to take that back off at any point. You know what? Screw it. Let's just do this. Let me get my phone and change the lighting in here. I have gone 2 hours over when I usually end the stream. I might be down for the count tomorrow with my back here. This is what I'm talking about. Like, it's just building a PC. Like, I've done it hundreds of times. But, yeah, it's all the other stuff, too. It's all the get everything set up. But whatever, you heard me complain enough. That's not what we're here to do now. We're here to see this thing power up after I get these powered off. That's fine. This is good. Okay, guys. Partially blows. Oh, never mind. I didn't like that very much. You gonna do that again? It's like powering up for a second and then powering off. Okay, well, I have some figuring out to do. You got to see it power. You know what? Just pretend that moment lasted forever. I am exhausted. I don't have the wherewithal to continue this. And it could be that another connector came loose on the power supply like it did with the last one. Whatever. Either way. Power wasn't counting. Let's go. I love the background. Thank you. Haven't been this tired in a long time. Of course, while it lasted, love the AIO LCD. I think these fans are awesome. AMD is always finicky. I'm pretty sure this, I mean, the fact that this is 2000 series Threadripper, this thing has been sitting on a shelf for 6 years, 6 or 7 years. Motherboard 2, so it could be any number of things. I have some research to do to figure out what's going on. Honestly, screams bad short somewhere to me. Looked good the few seconds it was on. Yep. That's why I don't rush cable management like I just did. I'm just too tired, man. I just wanted to give y'all something, some kind of result. But we don't want the result to be my first Threadripper build getting fried. So, you see what it's going to be like. Going to be sick. 64 lanes, PCIe Gen 3, going to be well used. Going to put lots of I/O in there, capture cards, 10 gigabit Ethernet, lots of storage. It's going to be great. Right now, though, I'm in a lot of pain. So, yeah, Zysten, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking it is. And it could even be, I unplug the fan controller and it boots up just fine. Could be anything. But it really seems like it's it's OCP. It screams of OCP in the power supply. Yeah, overcurrent protection. But all right, guys, I would like to see if there's anybody streaming so I can raid them on Twitch. Let's go check real quick. Let's check that out. Okay, it is most of the people I know are now offline. So we're gonna call it a night. Thank you all so much for hanging out through this long stream. I genuinely appreciate you guys and your patience. And you know what? It doesn't matter what the result was. The journey before destination. I had fun with y'all doing this. So we're gonna be building another PC on Thursday. It's gonna be a lot easier because it's a fully thought out build kit from Corsair. And we'll also get some testing in on this thing as long as I can get it booting up and running. I'm pretty sure if there's something wrong with like either the motherboard or the CPU, if I tell Adam at PC World or wherever, he'll be like, we'll send you another one or something. I don't know. They're usually just like that. But no worries, guys. We'll get this thing running. But that's gonna be it for this one. Thank you so much for y'all who just came in now. I appreciate you. Come on back on Thursday. We're gonna do another build stream, a much simpler one. And for those of you who were here the whole time, thank you a ton, and all that. Thank you for spending your time with me. And until the next one, take care.
Let's go, nerds!